Hey y'all. I have some things I want to chat about. And I had posted a video, or I tried to, but I posted it in the wrong format, so it wouldn't upload. So I said, you know what, let me go ahead and throw this out there and see if anybody wants to chat tonight. See if y'all are interested in chatting. Um, I don't know. Hey, Crown Beauty. I know, right? I wasn't, let me tell you, I had made a video earlier, but I did it in the wrong portion on my phone. So it wouldn't upload. So I was like, you know what? Instead of redoing this video, let me just put this out there. Okay. So I actually have I wanted to talk about this earlier because it happened earlier in the day, but I had work to do. So I wasn't, like I said, I didn't even realize that the video didn't post until, or I couldn't post it until later. But thank you so much for getting on in here because I just, y'all know I don't really have nobody. I don't have, girlfriends and all like I can just chat with. So I was gonna post the video and be done with it. But when the video didn't post, I was like, well, I still, oh, and Crown and Beauty. If you like these, I can mail you a because that was also on the video. The first person to comment, I was going to gift them these. So they're black. So it's the same message, but they're black. So if you would like, I will send you those in the mail. I can do that tomorrow. You can email me your address to send them to, or if you want to gift them to someone else, that's great too. But I did have a couple of things, and then a friend of mine, she just sent me a really heart wrenching email, and I was up sharing that, so I said, you know what, I'm just going to go live. So the question for tonight, I want to talk about this whole, y'all, something is really off with me with the way we're communicating with one another. Can I say that? Oh, you were? Oh my gosh, Crown and Beauty, well, congratulations. So you are the winner. They're black because y'all know me. I do, you know me. I do, if y'all haven't noticed from a lot of my attire, I do a lot of naturals and nude colored stuff. But these are black. So I can send these to you tomorrow or today. Just go ahead and email me your address and I'll send them out to you. No problem. Um, so what happened was, all right, if some of you all don't know, if you don't know, now you know. I have, hey, social butterfly, let me pin your message. Um, see, girl, the universe knows, the universe knows. So if you loving them, definitely. Um, so about a month ago, maybe a little over a month ago, as y'all know, I am very single, very celibate, very celibate. But about a month ago, you know, I was talking on the phone with with a gentleman. He's local. He's local here in Atlanta. But we were talking on the phone, and just really great chemistry. I think just because we had a similar background in activism and advocacy and community work, right? So the way I am is I'm like immediate because I know me. So I do not do a lot of the whole, hey, let's just kind of, figure this out and see where it goes type stuff. I'm like, hey, you know, this is the way I want this to play out. That's just me, y'all. That's just who I am. That's just how I get down. And he was very like, cautious or what have you. And he was just like, that I'm not really used to kind of moving like that. Um, just let's take it slow, which is fine, but what I've started to understand and appreciate in these later years is that a man's idea of taking it slow and a woman's idea of taking it slow are two totally different things because the goals aren't the same thing. So, personally, my version of taking it slow is okay, if we're taking it slow, there's no rush on nothing. There's no rush on us meeting. There's no rush on us because, like I said, we had met over in a networking, like a networking group about organizing funds for a particular cause. So we hadn't met personally. So I'm like, okay, if we're gonna take it slow, then I'm not. It's not gonna be no rush on none of that for me. I'm more so like, no, we ain't got to worry about meeting. We ain't got to worry about going on no dates because, like, I'm over here. I got my babies. I have, these, businesses I'm trying to do. Excuse me one moment. Excuse me one moment. So, speaking of which, I have these babies, I got these cats, I have, this media project, really huge media project I'm in the, you know, literally in the middle of. And of course, building up this brand and networking and that sort of thing. My own businesses. So I'm not for someone that says, hey, I want to take it slow, I'm not going to um stop all of that to take it slow over here. Now, when I was like, "Hey, let's bump and jump," I'm like, "Boom, let's get together. Hey, I'm going on this meeting next week. Do you want to come along to that? Can we go to this together? Hey, I'm looking at this particular property. Let's crunch some numbers and how because like I said, we had a very similar background in regards to our expertise." And he was like, "Hey, I want to take the relationship part slow, but we can still do this other stuff fast." And I'm like, for me, I'm all or nothing. I'm like, well, we gonna take it slow on all of it then. I'm gonna go to these meetings solo, or maybe put these meetings off until my own thing is done. And then I'm going to, we can revisit this as time goes on because, like I said, I'm not just single for, the moment or single during the week and then I'm dating on the weekend. Like I'm single. So I'm like, okay, if you want to take it slow, take it slow. But in the interim, I'm treating everything in that regard. So, like I said, he told me he wanted to take it slow. And I'm like, okay. And then I ended up having I had a y'all know I do food prep and I had an out of town client. So when I went out of town, he actually reached out to me. And I was not in Atlanta at the time, but we got on the phone and we were talking and he was just like, "Hey, kind of want to revisit what you were talking about before, with the relationship, with up jumping that a bit. He said, because I didn't know that you meant it was going to be slow on everything. And I'm like, yeah, like if we aren't, I'm like I said, I'm all or nothing. And I thought I had made that quite clear, but he seemed to have, there was some type of confusion in the regards. So as y'all are girl coming in, because I see y'all coming in, y'all better throw these glowers up. Y'all know what to do, because y'all got me up here late. So I'm not gonna hold y'all too long, but we got to see how this conversation goes. So, or how it glows. So I was like, nah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I think you were right to express the way you did. That you wanted to take it slow, and as I have been taking it slow now, I realize now also, and y'all know how it is too, because I was out of town, and when you out of town and you getting a little out of town looks and a little out of town love, I was like, maybe he was right. Maybe we do just need to just take this slow and not even whatever. So I said, no, I think you're right. I think that it's important to take it slow. Hey, Mr. Research, this is great. Actually, I'm so glad you're here, because I do have a question for you in this regards, because I'm talking about men in this communication. So maybe you can come up. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to drop the link for you. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong link. Sorry. I'm about to drop an email that I sent to my financial advisor. I'm dropping it right now for you, Mr. Research. I definitely want to hear a male's take on this, because this one's a doozy, and it kind of it set me. No, I'm going to drop it in here. It'll be fine. It set me back. Like I had work to do today. Like I said, I had a financial advisor to meet with, and my EP to meet with, and I just had too many people to meet with that I couldn't really sit and think about it. And then, like I said, by the time I realized that the video didn't post, I was like, let me go ahead and just come on here. So, my cat. So, yeah. So, I was like, you having that approach, you made me realize that maybe you're right. Maybe we do need to just take a breather and just revisit. So, Mr. Research is here, y'all. Oh, I'm excited. This is going to be cool. I can't see. Oh, hey, how are you?
How you doing, lady?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I don't know why.
Okay, I can hear you now. All right. I am well. I I'm really glad to see you. You came on in, because I do have Crown and Beauty. Thank you so much, sis. I'm gonna pin your comment. Um, I had a situation today, and I would love to get a male, especially a great communicator as you are. I would love to get your take on this.
All right.
So not too much has changed in my regard. I am single or what have you. But about a month ago, I was talking to another gentleman, and he was a local gentleman here in Atlanta, but we hadn't physically met. We had been a part of a Oh, I wanted you to know my son loves your logo, by the way. He's like, Mom, how did he get that? How did he do that? I said, I don't know. I have to ask him one of these days. But
Hey, look. High value men do high value things. Go
well,
ahead.
my son is headed towards there. He loves that. He loves that. So I said, so we had met in a group, in a financial advisement group. But it was a virtual one. And so we hadn't met physically, but come to find out, we kind of had similar we knew some people in the background here in Atlanta. He does some things with community advocacy, and of course, that's my background as well with public relations, and so we vibe pretty well. And so we started talking or what have you. But in about 2 or 3 weeks in, it just became he wanted to take it slow as far as a relationship. Hey, somebody else asked the same question. They want to know, how do you run that on your profile picture? They love it. So he wanted to take it slow as far as a relationship, and I was like, okay, we take it far as far as relationship, and we take it slow as far as a partnership too, because once we started talking, there were a lot of things, like I said, that we kind of could jump on together. Like we were into doing. He had some products, and I do meal prep, and so it was just similar things that we were both involved in that we could work together on. But I was like, okay, if we're taking it slow on relationship, then we're taking it slow on partnership too. So initially he said, I'm cool on what have you. But about a week after that, he did reach out to me, and he said, hey, I was thinking, and I do want us to, build something, and I really miss our conversations, and the fact that you got these levels, and it was peace. But at that point in time, I was like, no, I think that you're right. I think you were right to have said, let's take this thing slow, because now that I'm starting to revisit some things too, I just moved back here to Atlanta. I need to get some things established, and some of the things that you are interested in, they are things that I could jump on, but at the same time, I have my own kind of angle that I'm going with certain aspects too. So the conversations after that, even though we were talking, they fell off. And then after maybe about another week or so, I just didn't really feel the interest from him the way I think it should have been.
Okay, stop right there.
When I told you I go hard.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
Don't tell me to stop. I'm not done.
Stop right there.
Okay. So here's the problem. And I say this in a loving way because I want Black women to succeed at love. But here's the problem. Some Black women don't know how to be friends because they're busy trying to control the outcome. You guys are at a friend level. You should have no vested interest whether he keeps calling or don't keep calling. You should have no vested interest whether this takes 6 months, 6 years. You got to let things be organic, because here's where the white women beat y'all in this same scenario. The white woman is like, hey, I just want to have fun. Whatever happens, happens. Here's where the Indian, here's where the, well, majority of them. That's their approach. Here's where
I
the
don't know what majority of white women I know are very strategic. That may be what they say, but that's not how they move.
Well, all I'm saying is, yeah, they're strategic on the back end, but their initial thing is establishing some level of rapport. And this guy may need to take time. Same thing with the Indian woman. She's more strategic than the white woman. Her approach would be encouraging him to interact more. So the thing that our ladies tend to do in the diaspora is, I don't feel like he's interested. I don't he's not doing the things that show interest. This may be a gullible.
This is the difference. I know what interest looks like because I I receive it. So
Well, you
that
receive
just
a
doesn't
version of it.
fly. Yeah, I
You
receive a
receive
version
it.
of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I receive a version that I'm more comfortable with. So when we can go
Ah.
2 days and I don't hear from you, no, Mr. Research, no.
I don't know why y'all do that. I don't know. I just don't know why y'all do that.
Don't talk to y'all. You're talking to Courtney Omega. You're talking to
No,
Courtney.
I'm just saying
Cheers.
it's just that okay, Courtney, you I I will I want you to succeed and you should have a couple of you should have a
Me too.
couple of male friends that you interact with so that it doesn't really matter whether he does or
I have
don't
none.
because okay so
I
so
have
so so
none. No,
so
I put all my eggs in one basket.
here's my thing. This is a very unique situation, and I don't mean ladies to get
Let's do it.
upset.
And it's not even
Uh,
done. That's what the good part of this. Let me tell you how
yeah.
it proceeded.
Well. Here's my last thing before you get the mic back. Sometimes you ladies put too much, or Courtney, you may be putting too much pressure on this unique unicorn that you have found in the Garden of O. You're walking along, you accidentally find the Garden of O, and woe and behold, there's a unicorn, and it's a black unicorn with a gold horn. And you're like, I want to see if that horn is real or chipped but go ahead, you got the mic.
Okay. So I had not after this next time when out, like I said, a couple of days because I had a milk client out of town, and we had actually talked on the phone when I was out of town, and he was saying, hey, I was thinking we could do this and do that and start doing this and that together. And I was just like, no, in my Cat Williams voice, no. That's not the way that works. We're kind of cool on all of that. And he was like, oh, but I was thinking now that we've talked, maybe we could get, and I was like, no. And since we have talked, I have now started to revisit some things as well. So, oh, hey, Zach G. Oh my gosh, my lady is here. I told him, I said, when I get back to town, there was something that I think that you might be interested in. It was some type of meeting at the commissioner. And I said, I think that you'll be interested in it, but I said I had that. I said I don't have that information in front of me. When I get back to town, I'll send it over to you. And so he was like, okay, that's fine. And so that was that. And then when I got back to town, when I got back to Atlanta, I reached out to him. I sent it back over to him, but it was really late. And he wanted me to look over a grant. So, at any rate, during the course of that week, after I looked over the grant for him, he sent the information. I didn't really hear from him. And so the next week he emailed me. No, he messaged me and he said, oh, so I guess you're not talking to an Ian no more. Now that's what I want to know from y'all, Mr. Research. First of all, I don't deal with Ians, so I don't know who talking to an Ian is. Okay, what does that mean? You're not talking to an Ian. I responded to your, you wanted me to look over the grant. I looked it over. I said everything looked okay. It looked like it was, pretty orderly. No, there wasn't extra conversation because again, we're supposed to be taking things slow. So I'm not going to give you extra conversation. I'm going to do what you asked me to do. I'm looking over the grant.
True.
So I messaged him back, voice messaged him back, and I said, hey, I don't use that type of language. I don't. And I did what you asked me to do. And that was that. So he messaged me back and he told me, that he felt like I was being selfish and I was punishing him because he had told me before that he wanted to take things slow, and he felt I
Okay,
was
stop
now
right there.
punishing him by not
Okay,
engaging.
stop right
Okay.
there. So this was great on your behalf. And this is why I prefer that women take it slower, and I prefer guys take it slower, because actors and actresses cannot keep up the performance for long. They need intimacy to hide behind. They need sexuality to hide behind. So what he did was a very insecure thing. A man who is direct, a man who is forward thinking, he doesn't have to play those little 12-year-old games. I'm not coming down on
Yes.
the brother. I'm coming down on his approach. Okay. I would have just
Agreed.
simply said, yeah, the guys that I've been around, whether they be from the streets or whether they in corporate, women get intimidated sometimes because we are so direct. Hey, thank you for the paper. By the way, I haven't heard from you. Uh, I'll be giving you a call on Thursday, or I need for you to give me a call on Thursday. Let's talk about this other thing. That's what women like about us when we're direct and we're smooth and we're, intentional is the word that women use.
Right.
When guys do this, these little terms, um, uh, that's either insecurity on his behalf because he's unsure how he want to move, even if he's a millionaire. I've seen that many a time. He's insecure about he want to move, or he's not a dude that is a intentional person when it comes to women. He may be intentional in the boardroom, intentional in making money, but a lot of dudes are very insecure in their approach. But these the same dudes we have to correct because when the situation don't go right, we have to be bruh, you did this. Bruh, you did that. We do that amongst men because we got guys like that who make those moves. Here's my last point. I was just reviewing a video of a brother who was talking about, it's a little popular dude. He's not a black man, even though he's older. He's actually a boy because everything he did was boyish. Yet he's wondering why the girl is grabbing him. Yet he's wondering why the girl grabbing him by the throat. He wondering why the girl is doing stuff to him, and then he ends up getting her pregnant. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of childish behavior, and then he trying to blame her. No, dude, this is you. So in regards to your situation, dude should not have done that. His style is not intentional, and women need intentional men. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I love that you just said that. Somebody please put that up in the chat, because everybody is torched up that we need intentional. So around Thanksgiving, as you know, I called for all male panel. And I reached out to him because, again, the brother is very active. He's an advocate, here in the city. And I thought this would be something of his interest and something he would want to jump on. I included him in the email blast, and he wrote me back, and he asked how I was doing and how my children were. And I said it is well, we're doing well, and that was that. And then a couple of days before Christmas, he messaged me and he said, "Call me." I didn't respond to that. Call you for what, sir? I didn't respond. And so today he messaged me and he said, and I quote, let me get this right. "I guess you're in a relationship or some shit. I want to you because I respect your intellect, but I guess you don't want to hear from me again."
Hold on.
Almost 40 years old.
Oh, hold on. How old is this person?
38.
Okay. So this is what I'm talking about when I say some dudes are older, but they still have that 12-year-old approach. Even at 17, I've always been older minded than a lot of dudes because I didn't have that I must win every situation. So remember this. There's a lot of black dudes, especially, or urban dudes, urban white dudes, urban Chinese. They have this I must win every situation type of attitude. They don't know how to nuance nothing. They don't know how to I've walked away from plenty of women who years later, I always wanted to speak to you. Well, you should have spoke. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of stuff. I moved back to California. A young lady I grew up next to drove over to, hey, how you doing? And da 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 da. You got to be intentional. So, in regards to this gentleman, his style has been the way it's been for so long that it's worked for him. But I think what you're trying to do is get somebody on a higher class level. What I would do, I would use this gentleman as a test model. Don't take anything he says serious. He's 30. He's in his late 30s. Well, let's just call him 40. He's 40, but
he's 40.
He's still developing what he's trying to do beyond getting vagina. See, a lot of us, we're so stuck up on getting sex that we don't have any intentional plan for women. I tell dudes all the time, I'm more harder on women than any dude I've ever met, but I'm not angry at women. And because I'm very intentional of why I want to be around women or even have this conversation here. So some dudes like the dude you're talking about, that style has worked for him for so long that I think he's just caught up in that. What are your thoughts on what I shared with you? What are your thoughts?
I think that you're absolutely on the money. Okay, so we're gonna do, because this is my platform, I do want to come on your I think I emailed you back. I hope you got it okay.
Yes.
Let me know how Thursday works for you. I do want to, make sure that we continue to have, these are to me, they're very beneficial conversations. I think they're mutually engaging. And as long as we can continue to keep things elevated, that's my own ever intention, but I think that you hit on a couple of things there in regards. First of all, it's worked for and even someone said in the chat, Bo Diddley, he's also from South Florida. Come on, Bo, talking about it definitely works from time to time. But this is what my thing is, Mr. Research, please let's talk about this. It works, but look at the type of I'm gonna go crass here. I like to be classy, but I'm gonna go crassy here. What type of lowbrow pussy are you getting that it works on? And it's like, is that what you want? You want lowbrow pussy? I just think this is what, really people have got to start asking themselves in regards to priorities and in regards to relationships. For me personally, I can't speak on anyone else. Like I said, I don't deal with fantastical hypotheticals. But for me personally, the best sex has only come from people that I was really emotionally and invested in.
We need to do a show
I
called
can't understand Secrets. Just like, I can get.
We need to do a show. We need to do a show called Secrets of the Low Producing Man. So here's what's going on. You're correct.
I'm putting that in the chat. That in the chat.
Sure. So here's what you're experiencing. You're asking a question about sex, but let me tell you how a low producer thinks. And again, he can have way more money than me. It's the mindset. The mindset of a low producing dude, he values the control of a situation more than the sex. The sex is just the plate for the food.
his real what he's really eating many a times with the low producing or the 12-year-old thinking. I want to be able to say I got it. I want to be able to say I got this person to do what I wanted them to do. You feel me? Uh you ladies sometimes because y'all stuck in that lady thinking, you're like, well, what type of low level of sex? No, it was never about the sex. It was about the control aspect. You will be amazed how many dudes and women have no real control over their lives. So the real eroticism for them is to get another person to give them head, to get another person to, you know what I'm saying? But they never had no true intention. Does any of that make sense? It's not really about the sex.
You know what? It does, but you know, Mr. Reese, I guess. Okay, because you know a little bit about my backstory. I was married young. I was married at 19. Married to a very high status, you know,
Yeah.
very, very high profile man, you know. Been divorced for 8 years now. And so a lot of this is really new to me because I never dated. Like I never did that this whole pageantry, you know. And so a lot of it is just it's blowing my mind. And you know, I'm 42 years old, but it honestly is blowing my mind. And I'm just like, how does anyone find someone in these type of situations? Because this is a joke. I mean, this dude, as a grown man, you probably in a relationship or some shit. I said, if I were in a relationship, it would not be shit.
But isn't that something you say? Isn't that something you say in junior high?
And then you hit me with the.
But isn't that something you say in junior
Totally.
high? Isn't that the verbiage?
Totally.
So what I'm saying to you is
Totally.
Don't overlook these things. This is the reason why I want ladies to slow roll some things. An actor cannot keep up at a performance for long. A actress cannot keep up a performance alone. I got two women right now. Hey, CA, I want to do this to you. I want to do that to you. I'm like, okay, I hear you, sweetheart. Absolutely. Well, when I get back from my trip from Atlanta, we'll talk about it. I'm not like most black men, like, yeah, girl. No, I've been here before. I'm experienced. You talking about something you want to do to my penis means nothing to me. I need to see whether you're going to have that same type of energy when I come back from this trip, and I'm still not tripping off of it. See, that's women like that part of it because it's like, oh, okay, I can't just hypnotize him with this. And the same thing with you ladies. You got to get to a point where you like, the guy can't hypnotize you with that aggressive lesbian talk that it's all about you, girl. No, let's see what you about, because let's not waste no time. You 40, I'm whatever age I am. I don't want to make a 5-month mistake or a 5-year mistake. So that's why my solution to you ladies is be more organic in these things. You feel me? Go ahead, what you were saying.
No, I said exactly. No, I feel you. I definitely feel you in there in that regard. You know, this is where I think I was kind of I missed the mark, so to speak, because you know, again, he's saying let's move slow, and I'm like, cool, moving slow means let me step back and let me watch this thing from, you know, the back of the pack and see where it's running towards. But what he was meaning was, let's move slow towards relationship, but let's continue to let you continue to be you know, engaged like I told him, I said, listen, you know, I something happened that I will never forget. And it's like the saying that they say, you'll forget what somebody said, but you will never forget how somebody made you feel. And I remember I used to be a personal trainer in Miami, and Trey Songz, yes, the Trey Songz, he comes into the gym one day, and his energy, it was like he could turn it off. It's like what you said with acting. He could turn it off, he could turn it on. And I had never been in such an environment. I've been a publicist, I've been a booking agent, so I've seen the full gamut. But the way this guy, the way Trey Songz turned off that energy, depending on who was approaching him, was absolutely like he should do a master class. He should do a master class. And so I realized after that encounter that I was the type of person where I can be like very bubbly and engaging, but I had to learn how to shut it off. And so in this particular situation, after this gentleman told me, hey, let's take it slow and let's have it kind of like be a backseat a little bit, I shut that off. Oh, that bubbly was gone. I wasn't jumping at every call he made anymore. You know, he would message me. I wouldn't immediately message him back. If he added me on Facebook or something, I didn't respond, you know? And so it all led up to what happened today. And what happened today was literally a side of him I honestly never saw within the almost 2 months that we, you know, were conversing. He came off as mean. He came off as
this is the secret of,
super emotional.
this is the secrets of the low producing dude. These are the secret. This is why this is the secrets of the low producing dudes, because again, it's the same thing with women. When you take sexuality away from a woman, I find out who she really is, because she's frustrated. We ain't had sex in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 30 days. So what's up? What we gonna do? What's up? Exactly. So now, see, you know what? I'm around dudes who got more money than me, more attractive than me, taller than me. But when we go out, I'm the more assertive dude in our group, because I don't have any intention to win. I have an intention to experience a woman. Let me see how she's going to move when I put this on the table. Let me see how she going to respond when I say no to this. Let me see. And it doesn't have to be check this out, Omega. Yeah, check this out on the real though. When you going to get with a motherfucker, man? Come on. What's cracking? I can do that, but that's so 12-year-old.
I like how you started with the research. Don't be, you know it's late. Don't be starting like that. It's late.
But no, it's real though. It's like I practice the wolf lifestyle. It's something I created, man. And
I hear you.
Rule number one in my wolf lifestyle is control your mouth. Okay, you as a dude, you as a woman, we got to control our mouths. It's just like if I get pulled over by the police, control this mouth. Hey, officer, how you doing? Here's my lawyer's card. Well, why are you giving me that, sir? Because my lawyer always told me anytime I get stopped by one of you gentlemen, make sure the first thing I give you is his card. And now I'm going to turn on my cell phone, sir, and I'm going to put it on record, and I'm putting it on the dashboard. I'm not going to touch it. What would you like next, sir?
Okay.
Well, could I get your license and registration? No problem, sir. I already have it in a Ziploc, a black Velcro thing here. It's all here, right? It's a one stop. I got a extra copy of my license right there. Majority of the time, I'm let go.
because the minute he got that a lawyer's card, he knows, oh, this is going to be a long day. If I write any ticket, if I do, I better be really thorough about what's going to happen next, because he's already let me know I'm being recorded. He's already let me know this, that, and the third. The reason I mention that is it's just like dating. Somebody in the chat room said, what's organic? This whole experience right here is organic.
Yes,
I talk. I reduce myself, Omega. I could have kept talking. I reduce myself and allow you to share what you think. You know what I'm saying? When you're truly trying to master something as a man, you're supposed to be a leader. You're supposed to be like Boaz. And then your woman is like water. She ends up forming to what you are. Look at Sierra changing everything she used to be to fit into what this situation is. But look at Larsa Pippen going against what's good for her own self-interest to chase her fantasy. I can give these levels of the game all day. But I'm sorry, let me share the mic because we got a new person.
Yeah, hello, Bo. How are you?
I don't know how I caught this string. I was just about to go, but I'll probably give you about 15 minutes, right? Just to
Can
get
I just
different
hear
perspective.
Bo?
Huh?
Bo. Okay, I don't know. Now, Mr. Research, I did have another conversation I wanted to you. I was approached about being a mistress. Totally not interested. But listen, hey, Bo, I think I need you to put your mic. I'm going to mute you because I need to get this information over to CA. So CA, I have had another situation. I was approached about being a mistress, and something I'm totally not interested in. But listen, just very honestly, I want to continue to be friends with this person. But listen, how do I say to this person, I'm not interested in being your mistress. I'm interested in being some of your millionaire friends' wives. Okay? Please. So I really feel like he's in a position now where he's going to kind of, for lack of a better term, cock block because I didn't take him up on his offer. How can I strategically remove that conversation, but still get access to his network and the net worth?
Absolutely. So was this his first time giving you this level of conversation?
Yes. First time ever, and I've known him for about 5 years.
What you known him about 5 years? You haven't had access yet to his network?
No, he's very guarded. He's married, very guarded, and he absolutely, even though he is like I said, he's a very high profile, high status. So my background is it was at the time where I was an elected official, and it was in Miami, and he moved in a different circle. And you understand, when politics are involved, you just don't do a lot of the,
So here's the problem.
That was why.
Here's the problem. I would not speak to the mistress thing, good or bad, right now. You need to be more aggressive into making this connection past him. I don't know if it's you need to go to one of his events. I don't know if it's you need to go to an event where he's going to be there also, so you can say you know him.
We're no longer local.
Then it's going to be hard to get anything from this connection, because the unfortunate thing is you may have missed your opportunity to get a lot of those things that you really want, because the fact that you're in email land now, anything you get from this person is going to be a quid pro quo type of scenario. Even if he don't want to have that conversation, it's going to constantly be in his mind because he's introduced it. I have been, and you're talking to a dude who's been to orgies. I've been to orgies. I done seen quite a bit in this world. So when you got dudes who are like that, you can't really, and even women who are like that. I've had women who are like, CA, I want, I want some inches. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not really trying to see her like that. I'm here for the connect, but I'm not even going to entertain it because it's going to constantly be this. You know what I'm saying? So that type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so women many times for me, and again, I'm not an attractive dude. I'm an ugly, dark skinned dude, and I love it. I love that about myself. The fact that I'm so me, and women are attracted to my confidence, to my confidence and my being. You feel me? So with that said, I'm answering your question in a long-winded way, saying that you're not going to get any fruit from this email connection because this is how he sees you currently, and it's going to be hard to unring that bell.
And I fear that you're correct, but what really gets me so this whole situation, like, years that I've known him, never has he approached this conversation in any type of way. In any type of way. And to come at me now with this was like, what? And I wouldn't have been interested 5 years ago, and definitely, because one of his workers tried to approach me on some nonsense, and I nearly called the police on him. So,
but see, this is what I'm talking about. Dudes not being intentional. You know what I'm saying? Not dudes. Not. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Dudes are real funny. When you're like I tell people, I'm a established career guy, but I'm almost a high value dude. When you a high value dude, you don't have to approach your coworker for sex and what have you. The brother is back, so let me mute myself so you and him can engage. I'll talk about it later. Hello, anybody?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Go ahead, brother. I think she paused for a second. She'll be right back.
Oh, that's what's. No, I just think it's I don't know. I think it's a generational gap too. And
can you explain?
I think she's trying to go about this in a real, like, old fashioned type of way, and she just don't know this 2020.
That's true.
I mean, it's not really happening like that. So you're gonna have to like restructure the way you approaching these situations.
But does she have to restructure it? Can't she stay?
She could do what she want to do. She could do what she want to do. But you know what I mean? If she want results.
Well, let me ask you this on behalf of the women. Results to what end? If she's interacting with a bunch of dudes who just want to smash or just want to try it out, why can't she not just continue to wait for the dude who really wants long term? Why is that such a bad thing?
Not at all. Not at all. But that wasn't necessarily the point. Like, I'm not saying that she has to go for that. I'm just saying she has to restructure how she go about, I guess, meeting people or where you meet them at and where they're at.
True. Expose herself to other lanes. I get you.
Exactly. I don't know what she's into, but I mean, like, the average dude isn't just really at up in age, and that age bracket isn't really his first thought isn't wifing somebody. Like, frankly, I was trying to figure out a better way to say it, but The reality is he isn't looking for a wife. You don't need to.
True.
Especially when you're talking about that high value bracket or whatever. You know, I'm not a Kevin Samuels fan, but there's some truth to the fact that once you reach a certain status and a certain age, I mean, it's like,
Well, we guys call it disposable money. Once you start having disposable money, 10,000, 12, 20,000, you know, it ain't a factor. But go ahead, sir. You're absolutely correct.
nah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out a strategic way to say it. You know, I don't want to be crass about it or come across where it's coming across as disrespectful. It's just a reality that at a certain point, like the dude told us about the mistress, it's like, all right, we could have a situation, but right now, and it's gonna be hard once you get up. I mean, think about the average dude in his 40s, late 30s. He already in a situation, or he not looking for one. It's either or. It's not too many dudes in their late 30s, early 40s who that's really like hard pressed to get into a relationship. Would you agree?
That is very true. A lot of dudes, no matter what culture, no matter what race, once they hit the 35 zone, if ain't nobody got them yet, then they not really tripping. They kind of set in their ways.
Because you got to think up until you hit about that age, you done pretty much grinded to get to that point, and you done sacrificed, you done a lot of stuff. So now you to the point where you want to put it in cruise control, and you might just want to just play the field or travel or do whatever. Now, if you coming into the situation like that, like just as somewhat as like more as a homegirl type situation where y'all connect on that level, then it can grow into something else. But I mean, just coming into a situation where a dude like making the band like we need to be in a relationship, I don't know too many dudes that's signing up for that right now.
That's true. Miss OM is back, and also we got another brother on the panel. Back over to you, Miss OM, and we got a new brother on the panel. Okay, look like she froze again. Other brother, can you hear me? What's your name, sir?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Hey, that's what's up, though, man. Peace.
Other brother, can you hear me? What's your name, sir? Well, minimize
I'm
that.
Cool Cut.
Can
y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's
minimize that volume in the background. Turn that volume down. And go ahead, rock out, brother. Tell us what you think while Miss Omega gets her stuff right. Brother,
first of all,
brother, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We hear you.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I might have some technical problems, man. I haven't been on live.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. Go ahead and rock out. Let's hear your brain, man. Go ahead and rock out.
All right. Can y'all hear me now?
We waiting on you, bro.
Okay. No, hey, peace, everybody. Hey, Sister May, a long time no talk. What have you stuff? Hey, you know the brother, the one brother, I think his name, excuse me, and what have you. The brother that was speaking to you there, Omega, what have you stuff, man. That brother provides some good insights and what have you. You know, and you know how I am and what have you stuff. I'm a person that listens to all different perspectives. There's no quantified, there's no certain way and what have you and stuff. You just different strokes for different folks, you know. But I do like what that brother was trying to tell you a little bit that I do know about you, Omega, and what have you and stuff with your issues with you finding a man. I mean, you're a good-hearted, good spiritual person, what have you and stuff. And the brother that's speaking to you with that flat, I don't know. I said, damn, how the hell he do that thing that's going on? Like he has a gift, a GIF or whatever and stuff. I like that. But that brother that's speaking to you and what have you and stuff, He provided some good insights and what have you and stuff. Speaking about intentions and speaking about the motive, and the thing you need transparency. That's what I mean. I'm just adding on. Maybe he can say, "Man, don't be trying to don't try to carry on what I'm trying to say." But from what I'm trying to tell him, it's not just on with intent. It's clarity, transparency. You see what I'm saying? And authenticity. That's what you try. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where I get from that brother. He can come on and what have you, and say, man, I think you're jumping on the bandwagon or jumping on what have you stuff. That's not what I was trying to say, but that's what I assume. With good intent, like you said, good intention. With good intent, that's where I'm trying to get. I just wanted, but I said what I just said for a little bit, and then I'm gonna listen to a little bit more. And then I'm gonna add on and what having stuff and chime in and what having stuff. Peace,
Okay,
everybody.
let me ask one more question before Miss Omega come back in, sir. Do you believe that there's three type of guys? Is what I always say. But tell me what you think. I think that there are dudes who trying to do what it is they trying to do. There's dudes who need help, and there's dudes who are just bumping into whatever they bumping into. What are your thoughts?
You know what you just said and what have you and stuff with certainty, and there's no absolute. If you knew me and what have you and stuff, I don't believe in absolute. But from how you conceptualize what you just said, and clear, I mean, just in basics and what have you and stuff, of naming those three types of men and what have you stuff, in regard as relative to her plight, you're on point.
Is that in regard to relationships or like life and career? Or
I put it on everything.
I believe it's different answers.
Everything.
Well, I believe like looking at the realities of the world in the spectrum and the strata and the kaleidoscope in the world that we live in, there's more than three men. I can't define it right here, but I will give you credit because I'm jumping in. You know what I'm saying? I'm sucking on bone thinking it's steak. So I'm jumping in. So that's the reason why it says I want to listen a little bit more because I was jumping in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And but I will give you credit prematurely. What you just said of those three types, I will give it credit. I will give you credit. That's a good way of saying it.
What's your name, brother?
Cuckoo Cutter. Well, at least out here, I'm Gary Wilson. I don't hide anything. She knows that. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and what have you. I'm an open book.
For sure. All right, we're gonna put you on pause. Sister, I'm gonna get right to you, brother. What's your name? The other brother?
Bo.
Okay, go ahead. What you were gonna say, Bo, and then we'll get to the new sister coming in because Omega's dropped off.
Well, I believe in different situations, but as it relates to this conversation and relationships, I believe that, and I believe. I agree with you with the three types, and I believe majority of men right now and relationships are more so just wondering about and whatever happened, and just play it from there. As it relates to relationships and looking for long-term relationships, I don't see assertive type really looking for the long-term relationships. The more assertive type, in my experiences, are more so looking for short-term sexual relationships and sexual gratification. But
okay,
pass it on.
All right, let's share the mic with the sister come in. Sister, what is your name?
My name is Taylor. Taylor the Natural.
Go ahead. 2 minutes to rock out. Go ahead and we'll share the mic with Cool Cutter after you get your 2 minutes in.
I just have a question. I was wondering what do you think a man 30 plus his primary motivation would be to want a woman in her early 20s?
All right, Cool Cutter, you heard the question. Give your 60-minute answer, and then we'll go to Bo for his 60-minute answer. Go ahead, Cool Cutter.
I don't really know and what have you. So because those things are hypotheticals, these things are abstract and they're ambiguous and what have you.
Well, let's pretend. Let's put on our acting hat for the sake of the sister.
Well, from what I see, from somebody who's at the age of 30 years old or 20 something, what have you and stuff. I mean, like I said, it's hypothetical, but I mean, I hear what you're saying and what have you and stuff. I would just say, I really can't. I really don't. I can't come up with nothing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay. Hey, Bo, sometimes you got the stuff crackling in the background that was interfering what Cool Cutter was saying. So just be careful on that one. What are your thoughts, Cool Cutter? What's your 60-minute answer to the 60-second answer to the sister?
Like again, I appreciate it. I really don't know what having stuff. I know you said this. You know, you want to be hypothetical when having stuff in the Pacific. I can't really. I'm gonna be honest. When I don't know something, I don't know, and I'm not gonna even elaborate on it.
That's fair. Bo, what is your 60-second answer to the sister?
She's in her 20, he's in her 30. He's looking for just what she is, a 20-year-old woman, youthful, you know, probably charismatic. Because a lot of dudes that get with younger women, they want a woman that they can kind of like do stuff with that they can't do with women in that age bracket. So because once a woman hit like after 30, they tend to slow down. So that 20-year-old woman, she's gonna be able to play a part more so of the partner type part, but where it's clear that she's not his equal, and that's what play a big part in the psychology of why men mess with younger women. So it's like you want that woman that's gonna be there with you. She's gonna ride with you. If you want to take the boat out, she's gonna ride. She's gonna be there. She got the eye candy aspect. She could keep up, but she's not trying to compete with you, and she knows her place in the relationship. And you play your position, and she play hers.
Let's see what the sister thinks. What do you think of those two answers, my lady?
Well, for the brother that just answered, that's kind of along the lines of what I was thinking. I was just trying to make sure I could hear it from a man's perspective, because I was starting to wonder. Yeah, and thank you both for answering that question. I am a woman that happens to be into older men, and I'm 23 years old. So I was just I sometimes I do have concerns when it comes to speaking with older men, if they're just looking to take advantage of me because they secretly do want a woman their age, or maybe it's just or maybe it just has something to do with the fact that I am youthful and all that.
Let me give you my 60-second answer. Outside of America, this is normal. You can look it up. They're called May December romances. America's the only. I'm a well-traveled international dude. America's the only one who tries to browbeat women to stick to a certain 5-year, 7-year. When you go outside of America, 20 years is normal. 10 years is standard. Ain't too many 20-year-olds dating 20-year-olds. It's just not. Because people outside of America are looking to see who's established. As far as taking advantage, let's remix the game for you, Taylor. Look at how women who date younger dudes do it. Are they taking advantage? Of course they are, to a degree. Of course they are. But it's up to and we get Omega back. So they are taking advantage to a degree. But if you're intentional in what you're doing, Taylor, then you have a responsibility too. You look for people who are established first. It's not so much older. Make sure people are established, because if you guys make a mistake in a relationship, 50% of y'all problems is going to be because the dude don't have a situation to help himself. You know, that's how the arguments happen when these dudes are not as established as maybe they should be. I'm gonna give the mic back to our host, which is Omega. I was just holding it down for her. Cool Cutter got a chance to talk. Bo got a chance to talk. Taylor asked a good question. Back on you, Omega.
Oh no, I was listening. This was very good. Let me turn my laptop down one moment. And I was in the chat. I was still posting up some great comments people are having. I definitely, I love, this is the type of engagement I honestly
love to see. And you know what? This is so rare because I tell people all the time, you go to any other content creators platform, you will never see other people running their platform on their panel. You won't see. I don't trip, you know, when my device starts tripping. I just really take that as a sign from, you know, the Most High. It's something that I always pride myself on, even like I used to say when I was off that dais and get down into the audience, because their view is so much different from the view you have when you're on the dais and you're just talking amongst yourself as a representative. So there's a couple of questions that I would love for everyone to address on the panel. Bo and I consistently kind of butt heads when it comes to this conversation, because I think, Bo, honestly, a lot of what is happening, I think you generally put it on, I think you generalize, but I do think it's very specific to what you are seeking. So, like I said, I think that as a man seeks, a man finds. And the same thing for a woman, you know, same thing. But it's like what I used to tell my cousin.
Could you elaborate on that?
You know, I have a man seeks what a man finds. Like you'll say, you know, oh, you know, I remember I think it was African Millennial. It wasn't my platform. It wasn't my panel, but it was African Millennial. And you were saying, man, a lot of these women, they out here just looking for, you know, they looking for a little quick dick too, you know, and they be teachers. Like I remember you said that real strongly. And I said,
and you disagree with that?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with it, but I'm saying that's not, like, I know I ain't looking for no quick dick. And I'm definitely a woman, and I definitely can marathon it. And I definitely am single. I'm definitely celibate. I'm definitely can hold a conversation. I'm definitely well traveled. I'm definitely well read. I'm definitely diverse.
Let me interject something, but I think this goes to Bo's conversation earlier of you have a different culture scheme than some of the dudes you may interact with. It's the same thing about Taylor. Taylor has to look for dudes who have the same culture thought process that she has. You know what I'm saying? So I think Bo made that comment earlier about, a lot of people ain't making those type of international moves, Ms. Omega. You gotta pick a position for the people who are thinking like you. There ain't that many of them, but Bo can speak for himself. But I think that's what he was talking about.
I never said that. But I think what's going on is that Courtney doesn't realize how much of an anomaly she is.
Yeah, that's
right
the same
now
thing.
In a dating market. And I'm talking about from perspective of just being a professional woman, because that's not an anomaly. There's a lot of professional women out here. And you have a lot of professional women in her age bracket now they don't necessarily, the same way I'm talking, when you get around them, when we hang out, they talk the same way. And these women are professional women. They're teachers. They're well traveled. They're doing it, and they're not necessarily seeking a relationship either. They at a point in their life where they just want to live and discover other things and travel together, hang out, and just kick it. They don't necessarily want those attachments either. So where Courtney's at in her life, and how she's approaching relationships, that's not really, I would say, that's not really the greater. That's not how most women are really. That's not the norm out here right now. And, I think she said it. So she's speaking more so to her. She thinks her situation is like common. So, because probably her girlfriends are lying to her, because that happens a lot. And so she thinks all these women out here but reality is, from a man's perspective, when you go out to these bars and you hanging out at clubs and you meeting women, I mean, they not really like putting these demands on getting married and, being celibate for years and years. I mean, like, how many women can you actually say have been celibate for over 180 days,
Before we go back to Courtney, does Cutter and Taylor have a thought on what Omega said?
No, I'm cool. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with the if anybody, hey, brother, man, hey, Omega, that brother right there, man, who's hosting your thing, man, he's doing a good goddamn show. Him to guard, but I know this is your show, so let me shut the hell up. So let me come up on an abbreviated version. Uh, if y'all don't mind, I'm sorry. I apologize and what have you and stuff. And people say, "Oh my God, here you go." But if you may, can y'all go back to the genesis of the conversation and what is the meat of the conversation? If y'all don't mind, there, man. If y'all don't, or
Omega,
ladies.
Omega. Pretty much what you hear, what you've been hearing. Just how to
No,
approach
I
a
really
dating
don't know.
scene.
I really don't know. I jumped in.
I
Like I
need
said,
Yes, I'm
everybody
here.
remember. Everybody remember we have a 15-second delay.
Oh,
Because
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Mega. You good, Omega?
hey, Meg, if I suggest you just reset your computer or or
Right.
if your phone, if you just reset that bad boy.
Just
Don't
just leave and
restart it.
come back in.
Turn it off, and then
No, I
reboot.
was just saying that yes, I agree. You know, brother CA and he invited me on his panel months ago.
I don't hear it.
All right, you went out again, Omega. Omega, and this is a good thing for everybody. Make sure that people contact their internet
Oh,
provider.
no, I was just saying that
Okay, go ahead.
yes, I agree. Brother CA and he invited me on his panel months ago, prior. Oh, I and then come back on. Okay, let me see if that makes sense. Let me jump back on. This is what I'll do. Let me see.
Okay, and always remember, Omega, contact your internet provider and ask them to give you some more megabytes. Sometimes people, when y'all get the gargle thing, is because whatever package y'all got on your internet, just increase your megabyte or ask for a booster. Go ahead. While we wait for Omega, Taylor, somebody has a question for you.
Can I ask Taylor something she said earlier?
Go ahead, brother.
Sure.
Because you spoke to the fact that you didn't want to be taken advantage of, or older dudes was trying to take advantage of you when coming into those
Yeah.
relationships. Like, what do you consider taking advantage of? Like,
Basically,
from your
the
perspective,
same.
what would that look like?
My definition is basically the same thing a young guy would do. Just the older guy would just do it in a way that's like he has more of a manipulative, I guess, way. Because I feel like personally, some of these young guys out here, they do have certain ways that they can talk a woman out of their underwear or whatever, and then just leave them high and dry. And I feel like a older guy is way smarter than those guys. They could do it even better, that kind of thing.
You're talking about like sexually, like lying and stringing you along tight.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I don't really get any kind of like a relationship out of the thing, like I'm looking for a relationship.
Let me ask you an intellectual question. Do you think that women string these hard penis young dudes along?
Well, yeah, it depends. I mean, that's a lot of that stuff is going on in my generation on both sides.
Right. Well, what I always find weird is how not you, but other women try to scare younger women when they know their girlfriend is 40 and doing the same thing with a 20-year-old. That's always been weird to me. They know their girlfriend is date. We in the black community make it okay for an older black woman to be with a young guy. When we see it, we tend to ignore it. People forget Rihanna was older than Chris Brown when Chris Brown hit her.
Wasn't that by 3 years or something
Nah,
though?
no, she wasn't. They all the
Okay,
same age.
Chris
Because
Brown was
I'm the
16.
same.
Okay, Chris Brown was 16. How old was Rihanna?
Nah, we was all in the same age bracket because I'm in that same age bracket. So nah, it might be
Okay,
a difference of 2 years or something like that.
okay. What do you mean age?
Rihanna was young at that time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought she was 3 years older than him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe like 2-3 years older.
yeah, all we said was older. I mean, what is your classification of older, Bo?
10 or better.
Oh, okay. We're not talking about 10 better. I mean, she's older than this 16-year-old dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a senior dealing with a sophomore. That's not really an age difference. That's still the same age bracket. So I wouldn't consider that
Okay.
older.
So I have no problem with that, but I think that's something to explore. So the boy being 16 is okay. Would you, just out of curiosity, would you say if it was a 16-year-old girl and a 19-year-old guy, that would have been okay with you?
Wait,
Yeah, that was
when that
perfectly fine when I
situation
was in school.
happened, Chris Brown wasn't 16. He was 16 when he came out. But he wasn't 16 when that situation happened. He was 19
Yeah.
and she was 21.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, I think
In
maybe the
news-
Jada and August situation might have been a better
It's
example.
a little bit more appropriate. I agree. That's a little bit more appropriate for us to discuss.
in the news, it stated he was having his 17th birthday.
Who,
So
Chris
this-
Brown? No,
this
they were
was
on their
on
way
the
to the Grammys.
I know.
They were on the way to the Grammys.
I know. They were on their way to the Grammys. But
Oh, you're saying that it said that he was having his 17th birthday, like he was going to be approaching his 17th year. Got it.
Exactly. He wasn't 19. He was 16. She was 19.
But even to that point,
No.
though, I'm sorry. Let me just one sec. But even to that point, though, because you asked the inverse of it, when I was growing up, it was perfectly fine for somebody to be 18, 19, dealing with a chick 17, 16, 17, taking them to prom and stuff like that. So I don't really see a problem with that.
But in 20, that's okay, right?
It was perfectly fine.
Let me just
when I
address
was
Crown
in high
and
school.
Beauty. Let me just address Crown and Beauty's comment. Rihanna's 34. Yeah, she's 34. I looked it up recently. She's not a year older than him. She's like 3 years older than him.
But I find it just interesting how everybody, not on this panel, but just out in social, they tried to make it seem like she was not a couple of years older. They try to make it seem. They try to make
I definitely hear you.
They try to make it seem like he was the older person. But go ahead, you guys.
That's a very good point. And I never really, even though I knew she was older, because even when they got together, that was talked about. I never considered that a part of the whole interaction, the whole incident. Rather, I never thought of it. I never thought of that being an issue. Actually, that she was older, and unfortunately. Yeah, it didn't matter, and I would say too that
a 19-year-old beating a 22-year-old woman is still an egregious act. I mean, that age discrepancy doesn't really even matter.
Right.
Like, it's not significant.
The only reason I bring it up because it goes to Taylor's point of manipulation. The only reason I bring it up because it goes to Taylor's point of manipulation. According to Chris Brown, when it happened, he said because she kept browbeating him, insulting him, putting her finger in his face. And that goes to what Taylor said about being misused by an older man. Here's a woman that's older than this 17-year-old boy. Let's just split the baby. 17-year-old guy. And he is unable to take, according to him, on that day, all this aggressiveness, verbal aggressiveness, and he strikes back. If that had been a woman, we'd have called it love and hip hop and said, hey, girl, and gave her a high five. Maybe not people on this panel, but that's what we do. My last point, look at it this way. Keith Chief, the rapper, was 16
and got a 32-year-old woman pregnant. The judge made him pay child support, but refused to file statutory rape charges on the woman. I just want everybody to understand this manipulation thing that Taylor brought up in her example, how it's okay for the women to do it, but guys, it's
where we going with this though? Where we going with this? I'm
just
kind of confused now.
Well, I'm just providing.
I agree. I don't know where this is going in regards to the conversation. I think in regards to what Taylor was asking. But I think what Taylor was asking was she's talking about, again, an exclusive situation to herself, which is what, I was talking about previously, which is the exclusive situation to myself. I think that in having these conversations in regards to relationships, all relationships are unique and different. And I think that what hurts us as a society, as a culture, a community, and a diaspora is when we try to generalize and we try to create these dynamics of mass conclusions when we are not dealing with mass. We're not dealing with people that all think the same, feel the same, have had the same experiences, nor have the same priorities when it comes to relationships. So I think that it's very key that we keep that in mind.
Not just that, but the dynamics between an older man and a younger woman is going to be different between the dynamics between an older woman and a younger man in a relationship.
Can I clarify my question? I'd like to clarify. Okay, so I guess what I'm asking more specifically is basically when it comes to an older man and younger woman, because society plays a part in that dynamic. Because like someone said, it's normal anywhere else. It's normal everywhere else except for America. I guess America tries to shame older men for wanting younger women. And I've seen that even myself. I actually used to get discouraged because I've always been attracted to older men. But I used to get discouraged and feel like, dang, like I was taking something from somebody who would probably be a better fit for an older man, And so I guess what I was wondering is, what is the likelihood that an older man would not view me as someone to not be taken seriously, as opposed to the opposite?
I think it's more so like what do you have on as far as whether or not he'll take you serious? Like, do you have your own career, your own job, or is this a situation where you coming into it where it's almost like you still got like a childlike mentality? Because a lot of women at your age, they kind of advanced. So
I have a specific example that I've dealt with this past year. I was going on dates and seeing this guy. And when I asked him if he was an older guy, like 11 years older, and when I asked him on our second and final date if he saw this going anywhere, he said that he was ready to get married very soon, and that he wasn't looking to date for a very long time. And he said that it probably wouldn't go anywhere because of how young I am and the fact that I'm still in college. Because he wanted his, like, he basically, from what he was telling me, is that he wanted his life to begin. At least he said as soon as he got married, he would want to travel and do things that I guess that somebody that's still in school couldn't do.
Exactly. Yeah, that's understandable. That's why I say it depends on where you at in your life and like what exactly, like, have you graduated yet? Are you in your career? Are you working? Have you started saving? Are you coming into almost somewhere as a child?
And for me, I'll answer just me how my girlfriend is younger, and here's the funny thing. I interact with very different type of crowds, legacy type of people. And so it's not to put nobody down because I'm from the hood. I used to be on the block slanging, but I interact with people who have a thought process of being with a younger woman is not a major thing. So I do believe that it is classism when it comes to that. You can always get with the wrong guy, no matter what age, no matter what financial bracket. But I think it's a cultural classism thing of who you interact with. There's white women right now, 18 years old in college, with 40-year-old dudes who are actually getting married. You see it all the time. It just depends on what type of events you go to and what type of folks you hang around. So that's how I look at it.
Thank you for your comment.
Are you still in college at this time now? You still in that same age brackets?
Yes, I'm 23
School
and
type?
I'm
Have
still in
you?
college. My expected graduation date is next year. And yes, I'm still in college, and I'm looking to start working as a personal trainer as soon as I can get my certifications done after this program I'm starting this semester coming. So I don't know. I guess my other question would be and someone in my position, would that someone says it indicates a maturity level, and I feel like that I'm very intelligent. I mean, I'm capable of having an intelligent conversation with men twice my age, or just 10 years older, or what have you. But I feel like some things may be not enough to be able to just have a intelligent conversation and do all that, and bring, I guess, a level of excitement to the relationship. It This is relatively new to me because I haven't been in the dating game very long, actually. My dad made it clear that he did not want me to start dating until I graduated from college, and I disagreed with that. So that's the reason why I've started trying to date. I guess some people might consider 23 a very late um, um, time to start dating, because I hadn't previously started dating until last year.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily intelligent conversation that older dudes looking for, but more so mature conversation. But I mean, how can I put it? You just got to get out there because you sound kind of sheltered in a way. Well, and I'm not trying to judge you, but you just got to get out there and mingle, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like at your age, I would say you pretty much in your prime. You know what I mean? And especially around older dudes, once you start circulating around certain people and you get into your job and you working and you meeting dudes at the gym and stuff like that, you in your prime. You know what I mean? You ain't got nothing to worry about. Like it'll come to you. It's just the maturity level, and can you really like maintain what comes with being with an older dude, I guess, without making your age an issue. Because it seems like you may make your age an issue, and you may make it more than an issue than it actually is, which might, I say, hinder you in a way. Like you don't want to come in with that insecurity of feeling like, oh, he's older than me, and kind of like scared like a child, where it make a dude feel almost like a predator. You know, you get what I'm saying? Like when the
Oh
older
yeah,
dude mess
I
with,
don't make age I don't make age like known or anything. I don't talk about it like that kind of thing in depth, and kind of like be like, oh, you're older than me.
nope,
I don't do that. Um,
yeah, that's all.
because I am mature enough to know that he's still a man, that is interested in me potentially. So for what, I just take it for what it's worth, and like at face value, that if he's talking to me, then there's obviously something. It's just that I don't want my age to be the only reason, because I have seen and heard people tell horror stories about how older men did them really dirty, as far as like just dirtier than a younger dude would have done, actually. So that's one thing I'm kind of aware of and
Let me
conscious
ask,
of.
let me ask this question. Are you interested in the safety of an older dude, the status of an older dude or just the age?
The safety and the safety and the status basically. It's
So,
not just the age.
so I would suggest respectfully, just for something for you to consider, doesn't mean that I'm right. I would suggest you stop saying age, that you say status and security. Because status and security can come from older more likely, yes, but it also comes from younger too. And in order to achieve that in your state, go on Eventbrite. This is a solution for you. Go on Eventbrite. What are you going to school for? What is your field of study?
Sport management.
Okay. Go on Eventbrite every month and start looking for meetings and discussions in medical, sports medicine, and or that type of sports management environment. Because what you want to start doing is exposing yourselves at events to status guys in your industry first.
Mm-hmm.
That will separate you from the tank top Tonys.
And it's not just status and what was the other thing you said? Security?
No, you want it to be status because that's where your heart spoke. Out of the heart, the mouth speaketh, so saith the Bible. You want status. So
yeah, I do. I was saying it's not the only thing. I my experience with guys my age is that they're very immature, and I can't hold very many conversations, the kind of conversations I would like to with guys my age. So that's yes, status and security is the main thing, I guess, but there's a certain maturity level that I understand that, yes, it depends on how the guy was raised. There could be 40-year-olds that are super immature, but I just noticed that the conversations are much different. The dynamic is much different, like with older men.
You good, man. You just need to just get out there. We in the pandemic right now, so everything not moving like you wanted to move. But by you being a personal trainer, once you get the ball rolling and you in the gym, you out and about, it's gonna come to you. That's not really a hard sell. Like, to be honest with you, being able to navigate through your choices when you get out there and just get involved in stuff. I don't know about Eventbrite or whatever you're talking about, but just you don't even have to be that complex. Go to football games, go to a basketball game, hang out. It'll come to you.
The reason it's kind of complex though, Bo, because just like what you said in the chat room about, I might not be out there like that. The reason being is because
she's a 23-year-old woman in her prime. It's not hard.
Okay.
Unless it's something she's not telling us. But I just think she just need a little more exposure and just to be out there mingle and she'll be good.
So you just want her to interact. That's the solution.
I think that once again, you know what, Bo, once again, I think that you speak very generally, and Taylor is not a general type of young lady. And this is why I say that this is where, again, it's troubling and it's not.
I think he's overcomplicating things.
No, it's not about overcomplicating. It's about everyone having their own experiences. And for you to say, oh no, just get out there and she may not be that type of woman that's going to do that.
Yeah, but she's 23, still in college. She doesn't have any experiences. She needs to start building experiences.
I understand. Wait one moment. Let me talk to someone in the chat for a moment. Passionate Bliss, if you don't come up to this panel, lady, and stop playing games, hanging out in that chat room, if you don't step up to this panel with your certified self, come on. But that's what I think. Back to the conversation. That's what I think, Bo. That's what the danger is. It's that, yes, she's 23, but she's not a typical 23. Just like, like you said earlier, I may not be the typical 42-year-old woman. We've got to stop talking to people as though there, it's just all cookie cutter. That may not, what her interest in and her path is may not be something that is just going to be generally found out in the general population. So I know that was a lot of just, but I think that it's not about being fine. It's about being exceptional. And when you're being exceptional, those type of exceptional men are maybe not at football games and that sort of thing. We need some exclusive guidance. Where are these exclusive men of appreciating a woman of high character, morals, and that sort of thing?
That's the
What's
problem.
What's the problem?
I think you got like a cookie cutter type idea about where high value men congregate at and what they look like. If you believe that men with money not at sporting events.
No, I didn't say that. And so but that's the thing. You think that maybe all of them are. I know plenty of men that hate football. Plenty of millionaire men that is, the gentleman that was on my channel a couple of weeks ago, Brother Leroy Jones, said he literally just went to his first football game, Miami Dolphins. I don't know why he did it to himself and went that for his first football game, but literally just went to his first football game last month. And this man, like I said, I've known, Mr. Jones for years, very much in the status and very much not, that's not unique. So you're telling me that my problem is that I don't think that they are, but I'm telling you is that I think that may be a problem in you, is that you think that this is where they are. And so I'm asking.
I'm at sporting events with millionaires side by side with Holiday. What's up, bro? I'm telling you where they at.
Sat in rooms with a lot that don't.
But that's not where you're gonna meet them. You're not gonna meet them at a boardroom. This is what I'm trying to tell her. For a 23-year-old young woman like that, looking for an older man, you're gonna find an older man that's active, that's out and about, and he's gonna appreciate a younger woman at sporting events who he can go hang out with, that they can do activities with and stuff like that, where she can build these relationships and get comfortable being in these atmospheres with older men, with the means where they can pull out an RV and tailgate outside of Dolphin Stadium. You know what I mean? These not bums. Yeah. I don't know like what type
that of may not be, but that also may not be. I don't know. That may not be her interest or her forte as well. And so, what I don't think that is
trainer. She aspires to be a personal trainer. So
a personal trainer is in the gym. I was a personal trainer as well, and I like going to sporting events, but I like baseball. I didn't do too.
So that means she's going to be interacting with athletes, dudes that's active. They're going to be in the sport. They're going to be in the going.
I was as well, but that wasn't necessarily where I went to engage with men.
I think you're doing too much projecting onto her from your own experiences, and I'm just trying to open up her mind. I'm not trying to get a man, but I'm not trying to get a man. I'm just telling her like where men be at, like the dudes that I know who got money, where she can bump into dudes at, and just to get that experience, to mingle with them and see how they interact. When you go to a sporting event and you see this older dude pull up in the big 350 dually truck, he's a high value man. He might be a contractor,
right?
You know what I mean? I'm telling you what it looked like. A lot of women got a real narrow-minded depiction of what a high value man looks like. And I don't think a lot of black women really know what they look like and really where to find them at.
And that's what I'm telling you. And I agree. And I think I agree. And that's why I'm saying, I think that also in what you're saying as well is that they don't look like how you typically expect them to look. Like I said, case point example, once again, with the brother that was on my channel a couple of weeks ago. I called it the hidden high value. A lot of high value men are line workers. I'm in Atlanta, and as I was sharing with a couple of my other couple of the network members that Greensboro is the only place in the United States where a BMW line is produced. And those people that work that line, they are six figures. And they are not boardroom type dudes. They are very down to earth, very, want to cook, want to, play cards type dudes.
You worked in corporate settings, right? Most corporate high value dudes, when you work in those corporate settings, all those lawyers, they all pretty much get season tickets through that office, through their job. They all get season tickets to games and all that there. Once you start dealing with white collar corporate dudes when you go to these games.
Right.
You know that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So it goes back to my point. So where are you looking at? You're not going to find him. You're not going to knock on his door of his office in the boardroom and find him there. But you might find him at that
you didn't hear anything that you must not have heard what I've been saying. I agree. I said that. I said that they're not in typical places, but sometimes the sporting events aren't the typical places they're at either. I didn't say in boardrooms. I said in rooms. You keep going back to boardrooms, but I said in rooms.
This isn't really something to be argued about. I mean, you arguing the point.
I'm not arguing. What I'm just doing is I'm sharing.
Hey, can I interject?
I'm sharing.
Can I interject?
I'm just sharing that there just might be other places that might be more to her liking and to her personality. So don't just generalize and say, hey, go out there to football games. That may not be something that she's interested in.
Hey, can we interject though, for real, on real? And I'm not trying to dictate because I'm just a squirrel on a nut and what have you stuff. The lady was up there talking about what have you. She was basically giving an expression of her description of her affinity towards more mature men and what have you stuff. And I asked earlier and what have you stuff, and I was saying that it was indicative and it was for certain. But I was I come in, like I said, sucking on bone, thinking it's steak. Thought I fart, but ended up shitting. I come in and what have you stuff. So I want to get back to the synopsis of back to the genesis of the conversation and the theme and the trope of the conversation on Sister Omega. The sister, hey, sis, I can tell you like this though. If you have affinity, you have an attraction, a magnetism towards more mature, and the brother spoke about it. The brother spoke about it.
Hey, y'all have a good night, though. Y'all have a good night, though. I'm finna
do what?
I'll take it easy.
Say what?
Okay.
No, I was just saying good night to everybody. I was finna take it in.
God damn,
okay, have a good night, Bo.
All right.
We appreciate you.
All right, man. You're gonna say good lady then. All right, peace, bro. But anyways, I was just trying to the sister. I mean, I'm gonna be simple with you and what have you and stuff. I ain't gonna hit no Tony Robbins and what have you and stuff. If you have affinities and what have you, why you have it, and I know you. I'm gonna tell you like this though, and I tell all the sisters and what have you. You come on these platforms, you come on these things and what have you and stuff. But the ultimate thing, what have you do, you have to discover that thing about your own damn self. You got to utilize and use introspective and emotional intelligence. You have to, and the thing that you're scared to look at is the very thing that can be the answer to you. There's no cadence. There's no goddamn bookmark. There's no template. There's no trope that you can follow. They might give you a beacon to give you that sense of direction of where you need to go to. But the ultimate thing, the ultimate direction of where you need to find it is inside of you. And I speak about that, about in my psychology and sociology and behavioral science and what have you and stuff. But I've been so preoccupied debating against pseudos and all these other conspiracies and what have you and stuff on my thing. But my thing is psychology and what have you. But if you have affinity towards and your attraction and your magnetism towards the maturity on the level of the maturity of older men, then by all means, there's nothing wrong with that, sister. There's nothing wrong. And I'm not saying that you need to seek validation or verification by hearing us. And I don't think that's where you're coming from. But you just want some kind of clarity and some kind of verbal verbiage and what have you and stuff to give you some, some validity to it. But if you just attracted to older men, I'm gonna be a nigga that's gonna be straight up with you. Go for it. Keep doing what you're doing because you have an old soul, obviously, abstractly. You have an old soul, and that's the way you want to demean your. I mean, not demean. That's the sense of your direction of who you attract to a male and what have you and stuff. I would say go do it. Nothing wrong. There's nothing debatable about it. I mean, it just seems like no, I don't go that way and what have you and stuff. But you just want to hear people opinions on your situation, on your approach, on your on this specific thing. I'm gonna ask you again, Sister Omega, if you don't mind. And people say, damn, we're gonna get back to this shit. What is? I just came in. What is the template? What is what's the theme of for you to initiate about? You can't find a man, and every time I find a man, that's why when I came in, like I said, I'm sucking on bone thinking it's steak. But then I can be wrong. Go ahead, Omega.
Enemy. Who's enemy?
We have a couple of new panel members on board. We have the beautiful Miss Passionate Bliss, as well as NC Worker. Both welcome to the panel, and absolutely interested and looking forward to your contributions tonight. And Happy New Year to both of you. 2020, 2021, y'all.
Yeah.
This is our year, y'all.
It is.
Absolutely. And we want to give a big shout out to Women's Fear. This video has now been shared 20 times thanks to her. So I guess we have a lively conversation going on. All right. I'm going to put myself back on mute. Welcome again. And thank you again, Cool Cutter, if you want to continue with your point to Taylor in regards to her question. Just wanted to make sure that she is protected as she continues to, pursue not only her studies, but also a fulfilling relationship with an older gentleman.
Hey, everybody, please remember we have a 15-second delay. So sometimes there will be a 15-second delay. Just be a little patient. Go ahead, Cool Cutter.
Indeed, there, bro. Appreciate it. And welcome everybody that's just in the room, man. Peace to y'all. Whatever. Hey, Mega, I'm just trying to say and what have you. I like and that brother. I don't see his name or what have you. And I forgot his name. I like his perspective. And the brother that left too. I like his perspective. Unfortunately, he left and what have you stuff. I hope it ain't out of grievance or out of spite and what have you. It's all good and what have you stuff. But Omega or that brother, that international brother and what have you stuff. I like his energy. I like his mind. His kaleidoscope and what have you stuff. If anybody, can y'all please, if you may, so I can analyze it and give you my opinion, not my facts, my opinion. What this conversation is really the theme, the original genesis of the conversation is all about. If you don't mind,
the original genesis was Omega was asking me questions from her personal experience about what a dude in her personal life was saying. And I was saying that guys need to be intentional about what they want in these relationships. And that was the origin of what we started on.
Gotcha. Sister Omega. Hey, somebody got their mic open and whatever stuff.
That's our lady here. Everybody got to put themselves on mute when you're not speaking because there's a lot of background.
All right, thank you. It's cool. It's clear on my end. Go ahead, brother. Hey, thank you there, bro, for the reiteration on what the discussion is about.
Let me be a little bit helpful with help Omega a little bit, only because I used to work in radio back in the day. Shout out to the MC Workers. Shout out to the new lady on the panel. Taylor, did you want to do a rebuttal on anything you said before we speak to the new lady on the panel?
No, I mostly just had questions, and like the guy that was just speaking to me was saying I was looking for not validation, but like just something that kind of like Just as something to give me a scope, but kind of like a view of like other people's opinions on what I'm going through.
Well, you know
I
what?
often look for that kind of stuff because
I would lean to what Omega says. You want specifics, and what
Mhm.
I'm telling you is from a classism point of view. I'm from the hood, but I'm from the block. But once you elevate as an established black man, it's a different thing. You can get exposed to several types of dudes, but it appears from what you're trying to say, you want something that's less random. And I think that's what Omega was trying to say with specifics. If you don't have nothing else, we'll go to the lady on the panel.
All right.
Ma'am, what is your name? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. What's
Okay,
your
me.
name?
Yeah, I'm passionate bliss.
All right.
Um,
Go ahead, rock out, and then we'll go to MC Worker, and then back to Miss Omega.
okay. I just was at 23. You don't actually know yourself very well. So for you to have a specific set standard of criteria for someone that you're looking for, there has to be a reason for it. And so that's what I was wondering, how aware she is of what the reason is why she wants an older man. Because that's not the norm.
I
Um,
can tell you, actually, I'm very self-aware. Actually, I've ever since I turned 19, I've been very self-aware. I've just learned things about myself over the years, like my likes and dislikes, and I know that interacting with men around my age, it's not the same as interacting. First of all, I do believe, from what I've experienced, that a lot of older men are way more gentlemanly. They're not the whole "you got two arms and two legs, you can hold your own door" that kind of thing. They're not ornery or stingy with certain things, and just that kind of thing. And and they're very mature. They can hold intelligent and mature conversations, and I'm one of those people who thrive off of intellectual conversation. I've always had, like the guy said, kind of an old soul. I grew up on a lot of like 80s, 70s R&B, soul, all that stuff. I just I kind of feel like I don't identify with being a zillennial, which is what I technically am. I'm technically okay. So I was born in '97. That's literally and I was born in April of '97. So that was 4 months after the threshold for being a millennial. So I'm technically Gen Z, but I call myself a zillennial because it's like a mixed term or whatever. And I don't really identify with the culture of my generation.
You have a
okay.
follow up, Bliss?
Oh, okay. And that's why I was also wondering, what's the source that you usually find in the young men that you date? Because I think of my 19-year-old, he he deals in cryptocurrency. He man, he deals with Bitcoin. He's 19. He has owned his own online store. This is someone
For
that,
the sake of
I
moving it
speak with
along,
as an adult. So it's just
for the sake of
his
moving it along,
friends that he hangs out with,
Taylor
they're
has
like
said that
him.
they're very immature. Taylor has said
Excuse
that
me?
they're very that guys in her age bracket are very immature. That's what you said earlier.
No, but I'm saying, where is she meeting them? If you are, because it depends on where you're going to meet them, or the quality of places that you're going, because you're going to run, because you should be running into men like my son and his friends. These young men can debate politics with you. These are young men who can, who discuss cryptocurrency with you. They'll discuss Bitcoin management with you. So it's not so much, I don't think, the age. I think it's the quality, maybe, in your choices, and maybe where you're going to meet them. um
Personally, I think it's a location thing. I live in North Texas, and black people are already like a super minority here, and a lot of the black men, I'm interested in black men. A lot of them are already dating white women or Hispanic women. So what's left over is black men who are not on the maturity level
mhm.
that to my standard, and or the intellect level either.
Okay. And so, what you'll want to do, well, if you got your mindset that you want an older man, then it's, nobody's trying to change your mind or anything. But um, as far as things like family planning, an older man, he's not typically going to want to have kids again, changing pampers. A lot of them, they got teenagers or adult children, and they're not interested in that. I don't know if you want a family. And as far as, future, if you're just looking for right now and you want a sugar daddy, then yeah, then that's fine. But if you were thinking about a future, if you want a family, if you want, different things, if you want to travel, as they get older, they don't want to run around so much. So it's just that I just would hate to see someone so young be settled with somebody who's on the last part of his life and you're on the front part of your life. And
Well, personally, I am a little iffy when it comes to children. I do have a few genetic disorders that I am terrified of passing on to my kids. I'm more likely I would more likely want to adopt if I do want to have kids, but if not, then an older man, he doesn't have to necessarily have already had kids, but if he doesn't, that's fine with me. But I just feel like having children biologically would be a little selfish, considering the genetic disorders that I have that could possibly pass on to them, because there's a very high chance. Because I've already been to the genetic doctor, and they said there's like 50-50 chance for certain things. And so I just would hate to do something like that and then regret it later, because my child ends up hating me for that. And
Can I say this though? Excuse me, the sister who just joined in and what have you stuff, and I'm not trying to denigrate you or disparage you and what have you stuff. I don't know that sister that's speaking that just got off the mic, who's talking about that she has an affinity towards and magnetize older men because of their mindset, their intellectual conversation and what have you stuff. Oh, how can I say it? Damn. I don't think that she's doing. I don't know her from a can of paint, and I can tell that it's just her preference. Just the same way with me. I can't control the way I fucking the women I like, or any other person that's sitting here listening to this dang conversation.
No,
everybody
she's actually stating specific reasons why. And I was speaking to the issues that she stated, but she's actually revealing more information that because if she said all she wanted was intelligent conversation and somebody who's financially getting set up well, that there's men her age who are on that path, and she can enjoy them. And so that's why I was wondering in particular, where it was coming from, but then she started to explain more. There's other things in her life that wouldn't lend to her being with a younger man. A lot of times a younger man that's educated, he's going to want to have children to pass it on, and so she's not looking for that. So there's a lot more information to her that we're not aware of for why she's got that disposition.
Let's MC Worker, and then we'll go back to Omega, the host of the show. MC Worker, share the mic.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, isn't it?
Good morning.
Courtney got
I'm in Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma. So yeah, good morning.
Well, I'm in North Carolina.
Somebody has a background echo. Please mute yourself.
Sorry.
Okay.
Speak your piece, bro. Go ahead, do your thing, bro.
Thank you. I really don't have anything really. If the young lady prefers to be with older men, but then she should be able to put herself in better positions or areas that she can be able to reach out to be the type of man that she wants to be with.
Understood. Omega?
Yes. I think I said my piece in regards to Taylor. I think she's a beautiful, bright, very special, intellectual young lady. And I don't want for anyone, younger, middle, my age, older, sisters, just in a whole, I don't want us stepping outside of who we are to seek something that that should be coming to us. You understand, Taylor? You are the prize. And so, you know, I do think it is important to have those priorities, but what is for you definitely will, you know, they'll be attracted to you, and it'll be wherever you are. I love that saying that Muhammad Ali gave to his daughters in regards to, you know, what treasures do you know are just readily available and seen by the eye. You know, we're buried, we're hidden. And so I think that we want to keep that in mind, that it's one thing to be attracted to a certain type of person, but it's another thing in its entirety to have to have the appeal and have what is needed for you to be in alignment. So attraction may not all the time be of alignment. And I want to definitely make sure that, you know, like I said, anyone that is really seeking something fulfilling and something beautiful and flourishing, and I'm talking about building legacy, you know, which, like I said, from several conversations, it feels like that's what our discussions are on. I agree with what Passionate Bliss said. If you're just looking for, you know, pocket shakedown, that's a totally different conversation. But from the type of conversations that you and I have had, it doesn't feel like that's the situation. So if you want something that is going to be fulfilling and something that's going to be legacy building, I think that's needed. Now, Bo Diddley, you said you was going to bed, Bo Diddley. Okay, so Bo Diddley says telling women to sit back and wait to be swept off their feet is outdated. Once again, Bo, that may be because that's not something that you're interested in doing. Again, that may be something because you're not interested in doing that. But like I said, I think that you don't realize that, you know, maybe that's because that's not what you're interested in doing. But there may be a demand for Taylor that absolutely wants to do that.
Omega, can I go ahead and address Crown and Beauty's comment?
Absolutely. It's absolutely.
Okay.
I'm putting myself on mute.
So she says, see, that's a whole different thing. Maybe it's more of than the maturity argument. No, it's both. It is a combination of things. Like like you were saying earlier, Omega, I'm a very complex person. And I often have more than one reason for why I do things, more than two actually. Like on anything that I'm making a decision on or I have in my mind, I've had at least 3 reasons why I've decided that this path is not it's not just the immaturity thing, and no one can really speak to where I am. I think most of the people that that come on the panel don't live in Texas, or they don't live in my area of Texas, so they don't know. But a lot of the men, especially the Black men, I notice the good ones, or the ones that are seemingly good, they've already been fed up with Black women by the time I get there, and they're with white women or non-Black women, and the ones that are left over are you know, basically a Pookie and Ray Ray. They're just not you know, they're just aimless through life and stuff like that. So it's not, I don't want to stereotype all men, all Black men or whatever, but from what I'm seeing in my immediate area, there's a lot of immaturity across different cultures of Black men as well. I've been on dates with African men. I've been on, you know, dates with African American men. I just see the same general thing with younger men, and so that's the thing. And also, yes, I did speak to earlier about how I am a little afraid to pass on some genetic disorders. That's a real thing. It doesn't take away from what I said about the maturity level. That's still a thing, because what I notice is older men are a lot more gentlemanly. They just seem to treat you better. I've had a young guy, I knew he was about my age. He let the door close on me and he knew I was there. So that's the thing. A lot of older men are just like they're.
I think this community. That's why I was hoping Bliss would stick around. I was trying to make sure everybody else spoke before I did, but That's why I think this community.
Oh no, she accidentally dropped off. She'll be right back up, actually. But you can go ahead and finish your point, CA.
Here's
Oh,
my
let me
point.
address something
Go
too,
ahead.
please. One moment.
Man, your ass is breaking up. Damn, you know. And that happens on my damn live show too. I know how the motherfucking goddamn cookie crumbles too sometimes. Damn.
We have got
We cannot hear you, Omega. We cannot hear you.
Hey, Mr. Research, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Yeah,
can't
I
hear
hear
her.
you loud. Hey, sister, oh my, just reboot your computer though. I mean, sometimes with the StreamYard, sometimes that should refresh and be a remedy to your issue and whatever. Hopefully.
Well. The real remedy is everybody needs 600 or 800 megabytes. You got to have 600 or 800 megabytes to stop a lot of borging.
Say that again. Now what?
You got to have 600 or 800 megabytes to stop a lot of borging.
I don't know, man. I'm dumb, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Contact your internet provider and ask them how many megabytes are you getting on your internet. Most people only have 400. You got to have.
I do a lot of. I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you. I do live. She knows that I do a lot of live. I debate and all that kind of shit, and have discussions about sports and pseudoism and Afro and whatever. I do it all the damn time. I ain't had this damn issue. You know, I ain't never heard this thing. So maybe you could tell me something that I can remedy my motherfucking situation if it arises.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said you may have a package already on your internet that is at 600. You might have that in your package. Most people don't look at their internet package. What I'm suggesting is call the repair team for your internet provider and ask them how many megabytes am I getting on my account.
And then use Omega. That he's speaking to you.
If you don't have at least 600, that may be the problem.
Omega, speaking to you. Do you have that?
Omega. We do love you. Go ahead, speak, Omega.
I'm trying to cut this other mic down. But no, I said I don't know how many megabytes.
Hey, you are chopping up. You're chopping up. You're chopping up. Because I hear Brother Reese, Mr. Research, good as he good as Candles. But I don't hear you chopping up. Mr. Candles, I hear him perfectly. But when it comes to you, you're chopping up.
Oh,
Mr. Research, say something, there, brother.
Okay. Yeah, she has a delay.
Oh, her whole screen is static, fuzzy.
Yeah.
Hey, but on the real though, that sister that again, I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna reiterate it. Let's get this in clarity. Let's put it in perspective. The young sister that's her preference. There's 7 billion people on the planet Earth. Ain't nobody gonna motherfucking goddamn think the way you think or have your preference or the way you like your color, the way you like your flowers, the way you want to turn microwave and goddamn Vienna sausage. You know, everybody's different. And you know, I don't understand why people don't understand that shit. The way that sister, she has a affinity towards older men.
Here's the
And
thing.
everybody was up there trying to tell you she needs to do this. She needs to do that. She needs, like, goddamn, like, this is the way you need to steer your steering wheel. This is the way, I'm like, man, I'm like, damn, that's just her preference.
No, it's bigger than the preference. It's bigger than the preference, Cutter. In our community, many of our women, not all, but many of our women hate older males. When you hear references like a person at the last part of their life, that would never be said about an older woman. You know, people like to say people at the last part of their life and all this type of stuff. It's a little slick disses toward men. We see cougars all the time in our community, and we'll never hear a woman say, "Oh, that person's at the last part of their life," or blah 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 blah. It's like, no, you go girl, work that. So this particular lady Taylor, in my opinion, she's thought out things medically. Women are not taking that into consideration. She's thought out things as far as her location. Women are ignoring that part of it. She's thought out things on how she's interacted with dudes so far in her demographic. Okay. She's considered all that. But when you hear some of the anti-male speakers, their whole thing is, oh, they older. You should only mess with somebody your age. I'm not knocking them because that's their belief, but they wouldn't have the same energy. Keep that same energy when it's an older woman. So this woman, I give her a lot
Who
of.
said that to her though? I feel like the older gentleman. I'm assuming you're older because you seem defensive. It seems like you're reading a lot
Okay,
into what has been
defensive.
said that
Okay,
was never
yeah,
said. I don't think
I
anybody
appreciate
attempted
it.
to tell her what to do. My questions were, what was the reason for? I was asking her, how self-aware is she? What is the reason for why you choose someone that is not your age? Because number one, that is not the norm, and number two, that's not considered even for her, not biologically, genetically, emotionally. She's on uneven footing. We would like to see somebody evenly yoked. Depending on what your background is, that's recommended. When you have a plow, you don't put a mule with a horse, right? You don't put an ox with a a milk cow, because that's gonna make your road more difficult, and you may not end up getting what you want or end up where you want to be. So we want to make sure that especially if you're going to talk to someone that's so much younger, because I'm 49, you want to see them start out with their best foot forward on an even playing field with somebody that's their equal, that they're compatible with, that they can form a partnership with, not a dependency, not a parent-child relationship within the bonds of so that's my my mindset anyway, is that I want to see. And what she was saying, the reason why she was attracted, because that's not the norm, and it's not actually, anything that's balanced. We would like to see her balanced, in her life, and I just felt like, if is she limiting herself? Those are my questions. I asked her questions. Nobody told her what she can do. She doesn't need our approval, and she doesn't need us to, authorize her to do anything. And I don't recall that I ever told her what to do, but I was speaking to the reasons. I asked her the reasons why, and she gave me the reasons, and I was thinking, well, because I want to see her in a balanced situation, maybe it's what she was looking for. She was saying she couldn't find it in a young man. She didn't say she was against young men. She didn't want nothing to do with them. She said she couldn't find what she wanted in them. And so I was just suggesting places that, young men like that she was looking for, the qualities she said she wanted were. But then she brought up other issues. So that was only my question was, is she self-aware as to why she want that choice? Because it's not balanced. It's not a balanced choice. And any man that's looking for a younger woman, he's not looking for equal. He's looking for someone, that is going to be easy for him to influence, easy for him to control, easy for him to, get what he wants. He's not looking for equal. He's not looking for equal, especially if there's a huge age difference. And I say the same thing about a woman. Leave that little boy alone. He gonna dump you when you get a certain age. You're gonna be too old to keep up with that little boy, and he gonna dump you.
Is that
I would say the
inherently a
same
bad
thing,
thing?
So
Man, good
I think you
question.
are reading into
She
a lot
posed a good
that
question.
isn't there.
Damn, she posed a good. That's good.
Let them respond to you, Miss Bliss. Omega, are you ready?
Great
Would you say
question.
that that's inherently a bad thing, though?
So, Miss Bliss, Bo is asking you, do you think inherently that that's a bad thing? You made a couple of comments in a disparaging way, a couple of comments and references. So now Bo is asking you a counter question. Do you think all that you stated is in the negative?
Because I say that because historically, male-female relationships have always been
Damn, I thought you left.
Unequal in a sense, you could say. Like most women, especially if you look in other cultures, and most women will aspire to, even if you look at our mothers and grandmothers, they always look for that uneven yoke, but for that security, for a sense of security.
Yeah,
So,
but that was in a time
why do you speak
that
about
was in a
things
time
so
when women.
unnegatively,
You
Bliss?
know
A lot
what?
of those
You see
women.
why how black folks do, Omega? That's all I've been trying to say for a long goddamn time. We arguing about because this young
We're not
woman up
arguing.
there because no, we're arguing. Come on now, quit the bullshit. We're
No,
arguing.
No, we haven't.
Quit all.
people that don't agree with you
Well,
aren't arguing.
Can I
And
just say this? Another
we on
thing I have.
bullshit because that woman likes. She's more attractive.
I
That's her
didn't
preference.
disagree with the sister though. I didn't disagree with what she said though.
Okay, we're about to go into chaos, you guys. So please, one at
Okay.
a time, no matter
All right.
who's
All right.
speaking.
All right.
Let
You're right.
everybody
You're right.
get their
You're right.
60 seconds
You're
in.
right.
We got more people on the mic. Omega
You're
still
right.
got to speak. So let's keep it down to 60 seconds, okay?
Indeed. My bad, y'all. Apologize.
Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with her. She was right in a sense, but I'm saying, do you feel like that's inherently a negative thing that the relationships are of unequal yoke? Because a lot of women aspire to those type of relationships to have a man in a, I don't want to say dominating, but in a position where he can offer her security from his life experiences, from his financial experiences, by him being in a better position than she's in.
Can I address that though, real quick?
Hold on, I want to know the sister.
Did
opinion on
that
it.
sister ever come to you? Did that sister ever come to you like all she did when she came over there and she just simply said about the same thing about football teams or ambiguous? It's ambiguous. It's preference. She would just say she's the exception to the common norm, the mainstream. She just basically claimed from the exception of her conversation when she came into the convo, she just basically said, I'm just attracted to older men. What the fuck
Bro,
is people's
you sound
problem?
too defensive, bro.
For a
You too
woman
No,
that
defensive.
has
no.
Gentlemen, somebody let Bliss respond. We are very alpha, gentlemen. We are very alpha. Let's let them respond. And Omega speak. Go ahead,
My bad.
Defensive about this.
Go ahead, Miss Bliss.
No, I consider myself to be a village elder, and when I see a young person,
because there is chaos breaking out in the chat. This is why I keep hopping off the panel. Let me tell you, y'all, but y'all are being real. Come on, y'all. We're trying to have like almost like they say when it gets late, when somebody is tired. Cool Cutter can testify to this. Driving wise, it's almost like drinking 4 straight very alcoholic beverages. So I don't know what y'all are feeling down in this chat where everybody is throwing shots at one another, but we're adults. Stop it. And don't block anybody. That is not what you have those torches for.
Nope, nobody's gonna see the chat on the replay.
So please.
Well. Let me speak to some of the chat stuff, and we gonna go back to Bliss.
I understand, but I'm talking about the energy that's happening right now.
Yeah, but it's not going to exist once the live stream is over. It's going to be non-existent once the live stream is over. You don't want to derail your video for stuff that people on the replay won't even know existed. It's people who may come behind this video not going to be able to get value from it.
I just wanted to speak really quick.
No, but it's very concerning to me for the energy to stay at a certain level, just in general. I'm not going to ignore. We're up here having a very decent conversation, and we have chaos breaking out in another side.
Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody. Let me just say this. let me just say this so we can get back to Bliss. Whether it be the chat room or whether it be on the thing, the only reason I'm assisting Omega is because she has a delay, and I'm trying to keep the mics very flowy so everybody can be heard. Even the smallest person can be heard. But when we get up here in the chat room or on the panel, we're trying
Right.
to control how other people should do what it is they do. The only reason I'm doing it is to assist. But I would just suggest that we be less controlling about what people do, because the chat room situation happened because people were name calling, and people were operating in their lower energy of, you can't say this, you don't do that, and that's not what the chat is for. And that's why Mr. Sir made the comment he made, and so on and so forth. So I did hear you, Bo, but I'm trying to get to Miss Bliss for her answer, and then Taylor wants to speak on her own behalf. I'm sorry, Miss Bliss.
Yeah, and there's, I was just saying that, and I want to actually point out real quick first, there's a difference between hearing and listening. And I need for us to actually hear what's being said. Because when you listen, you're just recognizing a sound. But when you hear, you're there's comprehension with hearing. And so it seems like you're reading more into what's being said. Now, me, I'm, like I said, I'm 49, and I'm coming from the aspect of a village elder. And if I hear a young person say something that could potentially not be healthy for her, that could potentially put her in a situation where she would be unevenly yoked or not balanced, and maybe an unequal partner in something, I feel it would be remiss of me not to say something. But if she's what she's looking for, what she said initially, she can find that in a younger man if she's in the right place where they are. And so because I would like for her to be in something that's healthy, but normally for you to be with somebody that much older, usually there's something else. There's a dependency issue. There's a daddy issue or something else. And so my recommendation would be for what's healthy for her. But but then she also added other things, and so that was my only concern. I've never tried to tell her what to do. I asked her questions primarily, and just offer suggestions.
I have other things to add to maybe clarify.
Hold on. You kind of avoided Bo's question in part. The second part of his question, you did answer the first, but the second part of his question was, why would any of those things be a negative? Do you believe those things would be a negative?
Just for the if it's not for a healthy reason. So that's why the questions were there, to determine the real reason. But it doesn't sound like it's unhealthy. It sounds like she has other issues that play into her decision. And but in general, if you're asking me in general, I don't think that's healthy for you to be to somebody that's 10 to 20 years older than you. That's a whole generation gap between you. And you're saying that you're so compatible. Why are you so compatible with somebody? Why? My question is, why is he older? Why is he compatible with you?
Wait.
That's my question.
She jumped in.
By virtue of her age alone,
she has a gentleman.
She has experience. She does not have
Bliss. But then Bo said earlier that happens in other situations outside of America, the 20-year-old thing. So why would that make a difference to you? And then we're going to go to Bo for rebuttal, and then back to Taylor.
Other cultures, I can't speak to other cultures. That's not where I'm from. So I can't speak to that. But he also did mention going back in time to in the past, our mothers and grandmothers did that. Well, that's because they didn't have a choice. Women weren't working outside of the home back then. And a lot of those marriages only stayed together because she didn't have a choice. She had to take what he dished out. And these are different times.
Let's go to Bo.
Women have a right to ask for equality. They have a right to ask for balance. They have the right to ask for fair treatment. They have a right to ask to be in a healthy situation. And so they don't have to put up with things that traditionally they had to. And I just want my only concern is for, my community, for the young women to be in healthy situations, in balanced situations, in situations where they're going to be treated fairly and they're going to be, respected in that way. And a man that's in his, 40s and 50s looking for a 20-year-old, he's not looking for an equal partner. He's not looking for balance.
You can cut all that. The young woman wasn't trying to say that because she like older women, that's indicative. She wasn't saying that. She was just trying to talk about her appeal. She was just talking about her affinity. That's all she was doing in her personal circumference. That's all she was saying. That's
All
all she
right,
was saying. No, hold
all
on.
right,
No,
brother.
what happened? Do what?
You getting kind of loud, brother. Let's just tone it down a little bit.
Cutter, I promise I'm gonna get to you. Bo, go
How am
ahead.
I gonna, hold on. How am I getting loud, bro?
Let's keep the energy right. Bo, you was up next. Go ahead with your rebuttal. You got
Man,
you
the
got
energy
6.
was trying to go back to what
I know,
Omega
Cutter.
was talking about, and
I
I
know,
was trying
Cutter.
to do that from the gut.
I know,
That's what
Cutter.
I was trying to say. Shit.
I know,
But
Cutter.
we got distracted by some girl because she's attracted to older men. And then I was trying to tell y'all, let's get back to Omega. Let's be real about this shit.
Okay, so after we do this round, when we get to Cutter, we're gonna drop the whole thing about the older people, and we're gonna talk about what Cutter wants to talk about. Let's just go ahead.
Thank you. No, that's Omega, partner.
I don't have. I'm
Well,
not gonna go.
well, Omega. Okay, sir.
Then,
But
then you gonna jump out. You're gonna jump out and hog tail and whatever. I just made a video with one of my homies who was a book writer. I made a video today. You can go on my damn thing. He gonna jump out when I got on, and you did the same thing he did. All I was trying to do is just get back to what Omega was talking about. So have some integrity, homie. Have some integrity, homie.
okay, so let's go ahead and conclude this. Bo, go ahead and get your 60 seconds in, and then let's go to Taylor, and then we'll go to Omega and Mr. Cutter.
All I'm gonna say as it relates to this conversation, right? I feel as though and this goes for both sides, for the men and women on this panel. I feel as though there's a lot of projection going on, and people are less really, they're projecting their own opinions from their own experiences and what they may want in relationships or experiencing relationships, and not really offering advice to the young woman as to what she's telling you that she wants. So whereas like the sister just said that she wants her to be in a relationship where they're both equal and they're even, but some women don't want that. Some women want an older man who can offer a level of security and protection and life experiences that they can learn from, that may put them in different situations that men their age can't offer them. Because I mean, from a biological level, they say that women mature at a faster level than men. I believe it's like 5-6 years, they say, in advance from the point of puberty. So I mean, we just got to be cognizant of, are we really like offering her advice, or are we talking about our own experience and our own projection?
Taylor?
Okay, so I hope this adds a bit of clarity for you guys, because I think some of you misunderstood what my intent is to be married before I'm 30. And it doesn't look like guys my age are willing to do that right now. A lot of guys that I just noticed, and even that I've talked to just on a friend or acquaintance level, they don't have the same mindset as somebody that is older. I mean, I don't want to date I don't have to have somebody 10 years older than me exactly. My range would be probably about 27 to 34. If it gets any older than that, he'd have to be somebody that I really, really care for. But my intent is to get married before I'm 30, and I'm more of a marriage minded woman, and like guys around my age, 22, 23, 24, they're not with it. It's not that some of them aren't successful, because there are a lot of successful ones, but they play games. They know a lot of them know they have their pick of the litter, and even the ones that don't are still finicky. I've talked to a lot of guys my age, whether it's a relationship or just friends, and a lot of them, they're just like, oh, I'm just casually out here doing stuff, and that's something that I just absolutely am not with. So that's another reason why I'm more into the whole older man thing, because a lot of them are not looking to just play the field like that. Just have women in rotation, basically, like how younger men are right now. The culture is just different. And the culture of a lot of people don't realize that people's families' culture is different too. My mother, my dad is 5 years older than her. And she's no stranger to talking about getting an older man. She said 5 years, but I don't mind going more older than that. But she's one of those women who's advocated for younger women getting older men.
You know,
And so the
Taylor, at some point in time, I got to do a one-on-one with you. I think it's very interesting. I just want to take a moment to say, man, we got a kind of little ain't you a little minute ago, you guys. I'm going to jump off because I don't want anybody to be argumentative, and maybe I'm not helping as much as I thought I was. So I'm going to go ahead and get off while we had a moment of peace. Omega, I'll holler at you. Taylor, email me. Let's get a one-on-one. Go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the culture of my family is just, and there's quite a few women in my family that I'm thinking of now that have just got with older men for the reasons I named, as well as it's just it's a different time. Dating is very toxic right now for young people. And I think dating up in age, for me at least, because I'm not trying to preach this to other younger women if they don't want to do that. Because I have friends who are kind of like, still have that mindset that, oh, he's older, not really into that whole thing, And I'm like, I get it, but I really don't find older men gross. I never have. That's just not something that is in. I don't have the capacity to feel a certain way about a man's age. As long as he's not like in his early late 40s, all that stuff, like late 30s, close to 50 or whatever. That's because then that's getting into he should be my grandfather or something, But the culture of my family, a lot of the younger women like older men because not just the sense of security or the status or whatever, but the maturity level. My mom always talked about how she loves older men because they're more mature. That's the reason why that's one of the reasons she married my dad. Because he had that level of charisma and as well as just he was more grounded than a lot of the younger men. A lot of younger men think about how bad it was back in the 90s when my parents met, as opposed to now when everything is just so infested with social media expectations and all that. And I just wanted somebody who's apart from that. And also I feel like I'm apart from that because the way I was raised and the fact that I do have a bit of an old soul and how I see things differently than people my age. So
Okay. And I appreciate your position and how you feel and everything. The only thing that, I would caution you against is, for one, the age group you name is not that much older. The person I'm seeing is 4 years younger than me. So that's not that much of a difference. My only concern was if somebody significantly older, 10 or more years older, they're typically, very set in their ways. And you may want to look out for the fact that they're looking for somebody to control and dominate, and they were not able to successfully do that with someone their own age. And so that's just something I want you to look out for if you start going higher. But the range you stated is not that high. That's within, I think, your emotional maturity level. That could be healthy for you. But and I don't know what the original topic was, but we wouldn't ignore a young sister that says something concerning. I would never do that. You can take a minute out to make sure she's, going in a good direction. It's always, of course, her decision. Nobody's trying to tell her what to do. I'm just saying, look out for these things, and just make sure you know why you're making the choices you make. But that's all I'm saying. And I'm not arguing. I don't argue. I discuss. Maybe you arguing, brother.
Ooh, not me. I don't do no arguing.
I do. I'm arguing.
We know that.
I'm not gonna sit there and use cliches and pageantry. I do argue. And that's the problem. What's going on with this motherfucking goddamn community and whatever. And Omega know who I am. You can go on my goddamn.
I don't think that.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing to be contention and what have you. I argue to yield facts and evidence, whatever, because a lot of times
arguing isn't good though. We don't get nowhere. There's no progress to be made in arguing.
It don't get
Speaking
nowhere.
of that, I'm sorry. Hey, can you hear me?
You right. It don't get nowhere. You damn right. But you know what, motherfucker don't get right? Fakery.
Well,
You
this
know,
is my
people.
point. I don't think that we're saying. I don't think that we have a problem with her wanting to date older men. It's the reason.
More than
It's the
10
reason
years is
behind
too
it.
old.
I don't think
That's
we have
what
a
I was
problem
saying.
with her wanting to date
That's what
older
I was
men.
saying, Omega.
Because, like,
Mega. Mega.
right.
Let me say. That's what I was
I don't think that
saying.
we have a problem.
As an individual, there's 7 billion people on the planet Earth. The problem is that everybody think there's a template. There's a trope that everybody needs to follow. And that's all I was trying to say, is that this sister came, and she came cool. All she basically said is that I date. I have a tendency in my
Why you screaming though?
Huh?
I think you think y'all hating on me.
Screaming a little bit. We get
I'm
you though.
speaking with intensity. That's what I speak about. Come on, Omega.
No.
I know that they don't know me. They don't know me, but I'm speaking with intensity. So, excuse me when I speak with my amplified
Yeah,
speech.
I don't think.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay.
It's all good though, man. It's all good.
Yeah, Courtney, I was just coming up.
No,
Omega, can I say
Carlos,
Omega, can
I
just
didn't
say
mean to
this real quick?
disturb your chat, but I asked her to leave me alone. I dropped the situation and he started it with a sarcastic comment, and I steady asking him to leave me alone.
Wait. No. Wait a minute. Sir, I did not take anyone's side. So, sir, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not gonna say nothing to him.
Was not taking a side. I'm saying because she kept asking someone else to tell me. And of course, like, listen, I literally hopped off the panel several times to jump in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And
I leave the chat in the chat and the panel.
Right, you don't have to take nobody's side. You right about that. I can respect
exactly. And I'm very,
I just don't want him to say nothing else to me. I won't bother him. I just, I wasn't even talking to him originally. I was just asking the chat to the question, like a question, not basically to him. Cause I just came over here because I know I'm probably here. So, I just try to come when I can or when I actually get a notification. So.
All right, but can we separate the chat from the chat and the panel from the panel?
Yeah, but I was talking to Courtney.
That's what I've been trying to say from the get-go. That's all I've been trying to get to the get-go. And then I'm the bad guy.
Listen, Bo, I need you to separate. I need you to separate your points for your basic B's that you want to pump on, and your real intellect for your professional ladies. That's what I want you to be separating, Bo.
Don't make no babies, Bo.
Can we do that, Bo? Bo,
I don't know what
can
you're
we
trying
do
to say.
that?
I really don't.
I'm saying what I'm saying. I ain't trying to say nothing. I'm saying it.
Say it again. Say it again.
You breaking up.
I need us to separate our intellect. Oh, I said I need you to separate your intellect for the dusty, the basic chicks you trying to pump on. And you need to separate your professional ladies, okay? Your real women, okay?
I'm gonna tell you the difference between what you may consider a basic chick and what you perceive as your professionalism is just the veneer. It's all a veneer. But up under it, for the most part, y'all the same. The basic chick can get what the professional. The basic chick getting what the professional chicks getting or want to get out here. It's all on how they move and what they know.
As far as veneers, would you prefer to eat with polished silver or unpolished silver? I'm just wondering.
What is the veneer? But anyways, why
doesn't matter?
Get back to what we was talking
doesn't
about.
Matter. Hold on, now, because the sister made a valid point.
And see, let me know whenever you want to have a conversation.
All this shit happened because the girl said she like older men, and then everybody want to chime in.
Bro, you seem triggered by that. I'm saying you seem triggered by that. You seem triggered by that. You getting defensive.
Okay, let me tell you like this.
Just relax.
You 18 to 21. Don't let nobody wrong you. Date within your age.
Believe me, I'm not triggered by that, bro. I'm not triggered at my body.
Because you keep arguing the fact that they disagree with it, but it's not that big a deal, bro.
No, not arguing about it. The way it has been diverted
But
by
it doesn't
the
matter.
initial conversation.
It's their opinion as older women. It's their
The what?
opinion as older women. It's their
What was
opinion
the
as older
original
women.
conversation?
No. Because the woman likes, because she has an affinity. I was trying to get back to the initial. I said the genesis of the conversation of what the lady who runs this thing. That's what I was trying to get to, brother. Come on, man.
Brother, we finna get there right now.
Okay, cool.
We there.
Cool.
Let's be careful with dating older, Taylor. Just do a lot of research or checking on them. And if you just want a sugar daddy, you ain't gotta mess around with it. If you want to do that,
I'm gonna speak to something, right?
It's all about what chicken, how you cook, what chicken that's inside the pot, and how you boil it and how you season it. That's up to the individual that's inside the kitchen.
but otherwise, no, don't do it.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't have nothing in common.
That's all I was trying to say. But
let's get you a nerdy guy in your field and marry him if you can.
Do what now?
No, I was talking to her. I was just telling her to marry her a plain or nerdy guy that they got something in common in her profession.
Is that written in stone?
What?
So I have a question.
Is that written in stone?
Yeah, let the brother.
Don't gotta be written in stone. I'm talking to her though.
Okay, then
I'm not talking to older people.
Well, you speaking in general?
Yeah, I was giving her tips. She can do whatever she want to do. I can't force her.
Right. That's the point. Thank you for solidifying my.
I know, but when you talk to me, you don't have to yell. I don't like that. You don't have to do all that. That's extra to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim John.
All right.
That's the thing, though. With a nerdy guy, like, you know,
NC Worker, a lot of guests are asking to hear you speak.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry, Taylor. Go ahead. Or whoever.
We want to hear NC Worker have put some input in tonight as well, because he's an older gentleman. Absolutely. NC Worker, what is, if I don't know if you're married, I don't remember we've had that discussion, but what's the youngest woman that you would consider betrothing? I'm using my elevated terms tonight.
Well, I would say either 22 or 23. That's as low as I would go, though.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why, because I'm in my early 30s.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can do that.
So well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, to be honest with you, when it's all truly said and done, you know, what really matters, aside from what society norms, and I put that in quotes, proverbially speaking, that what really comes down to whether or not the 22-year-old and the 32-year-old have an understanding and they're on the same path of what they want out of life. It should not matter so much as the age, as long as it's within the age of consent, within the law, obviously. So
no, not 18. They're still a kid in their mind. So I disagree with that. And no one's never going to talk to my niece that's in their 30s and she 19. No, and I will stop that. We don't do that. Grooming them for be pedos and weirdos do that. And if they can't find nobody a little bit older than that, something's wrong with them.
I wasn't saying as far as with that age, that young of an age, as far as 18. But I mean, to be honest, what would be any different between an 18-year-old and a 28-year-old?
It's a big difference. Experience, mind, maturity.
Let's not go off on hypotheticals, though. We're not going off on hypotheticals,
and I'm gonna say what I mean. I mean what I say.
The sister about to graduate. She's a grown woman. She about to graduate.
Right. That's why I said
it don't matter. I'm talking about intelligence-wise and maturity, mentally.
I get that, and I'm pretty sure with listening
Taylor, only listen to healthy-minded people or women, people like Courtney. That's the only balanced person, and maybe NC. I don't know the other people on here, but just do us best.
Well, basically, what I'm afraid
Taylor
of
should do
is
what's
people.
for her.
And get a little
I don't
experience under
have
your belt.
a lot of people in her age group.
What I would like to say about that is what I'm afraid of is what what I have here in the panel. Some people seem to be doubting whether or not I'm on the level of somebody that's probably like 10 years older than me, whether it be intellectually, maturity wise. That's the issue I feel like might be an issue with somebody that I'm actually trying.
I
Because
think
like
if a teacher assistant or something like that, maybe somebody 26 or 27 that's probably getting their master's or something. I don't know how, like you say, you're 22. Like maybe somebody like on your college, like at your college or something like that.
Listen,
For example.
can I say one thing right quick though? Just
No,
for
I
the
wasn't
sister
finished. Somebody like that's on your level
Please,
though.
Bo.
Like that's
Hey,
probably
Bo. Thank
Yeah.
you. Bo, I have a question. Bo, how tall are you?
5'10".
Thank you.
I'm 5'2".
Proceed with your question. Yeah. Who's 5'2"? NC worker?
It's more like
the young lady was saying she didn't see the difference.
Who's 5'2"?
Somebody said they didn't see the difference of being with somebody 10 years older. You're not equal to that person. You maybe have the same amount of educational information in your head. You may be able to communicate, but based on life experience alone, you are not on the same level as somebody 10 years older than you. Because if I think of myself at 22 and myself at 33, do you know how much wiser I was at 33 than 23? I didn't know half of it. By that time I had bought a home, I had, finished college, I had been, doing all kinds of working more than one job, and balancing a family. At the wealth of information, the knowledge, the experience in that time period, you can't be on the same level as somebody who's 10 years older than you. You can't be, just based on life experience alone.
That goes back to the projection I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
Right, that's what I was saying, like under 7 years or 6. That's what
okay,
I'm
but
saying.
do you so what do the ladies think?
Not a woman.
Ladies, there are a couple people that
older
want to
men.
know as well.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know
So
who's talking.
what do the ladies and also the gentlemen think of just someone who wants to?
She was talking.
Yeah.
What
What
you say?
do
I'm
the
sorry,
people
Freddie.
what do the people of the panel think of a young woman who understands she's not on the experience level as the same man, but would still like to learn from that man? It's not in a father-daughter way or anything like that, but interdependence is still important, I don't want to be in a point where I feel like I know more than a man, or he can't teach me anything,
And then you don't want
wanna
nobody trying to groom you neither, though.
That's true. That's very true. But I don't want to. I'm one of those big believers in being a lifelong learner. Just you learn something new every day type of person. And I'm not looking for like a mentor or anything. But I just feel like personally, I don't want to be in a place where I've grown like to just kind of know everything about no one can tell me anything type of thing.
Okay. You seem like the type that are like trips to like the museums, charity functions, like contemporary art or something. I don't know. Cause like sometimes I like sympathy, I can't even say it. Like where they do plays and stuff like that, or the symphony.
Symphonies, yeah.
Yeah, something like that, or reading books and stuff like that. You seem like a sexual.
Let's stop trying to psychoanalyze and just answer the question. Let's stop trying to psychoanalyze and to make projections. You know what I mean?
Who are you talking to? Who's making projections? Nobody's making projections.
Relax.
No, you relax. Anyway, Taylor. Relax. You seem like a smart person. That's all I'm saying. A sexual opinion. I forgot. It's ASAXI something. It's like a real intellectual person. Yeah, something like that. Like you like a real intellectual smoker. What you say, NC?
Hey, can I just make one point, and I'm gonna go because I see
What
this
you say,
conversation ain't really
NC? I
going
didn't hear
nowhere.
you.
But one thing about it though, right, that I've seen in my life
You
that I've
have time.
realized is that
Now you're gonna jump back on.
older
No, too boring.
women, the advice that she's seeking, she's not gonna find it really, because older women will always discourage younger women for the most part from really getting in positions and dating men that a lot of time they feel like they may be deserving of. So like telling her that she not gonna be ready and she can't do this and she can't and she not mature enough. Like, I mean, the sister seem like
Nobody
she
said
knows what
that.
she
Right.
wants and what
False
she's looking
Taylor,
for.
we're not disencouraging you, and I'm not that much too far from you. Do whatever makes you happy. You don't gotta listen to nobody up here. Just do whatever you want to do. Find your own way. If that's what you one
Thank
of them
you.
people,
Well, let me ask her, sweetheart, did you feel like somebody told you not to do what you wanted to do and don't do it?
right?
Because I don't
It's
recall that anybody
That's
told
a
you
mess
not
he
to
made
do
up.
This
that.
conversation.
actually it's the personally in my personal life, it's the younger women and the girls that are around my age that will look at me a little sideways because I'm attracted to an older man. I have friends who think, oh, is that the route you're going to take, kind of thing, you know?
Because they used to the
because
younger
they
guys.
because
right?
they find that because they're personally turned off by older men past a certain.
Okay.
So I dealt with because like I said before,
So
my
you're the
mother.
only one that heard. You the only one that heard her being told not to do that. So she didn't hear us tell her not to do that. So we just told her to be careful because a lot of men that age are looking for somebody to dominate and control and groom and raise them up. That's all we said. We said be careful.
You know the simple. You know the simple. Y'all know the simple thing
that is why you want that choice. That's all we said.
You know the simple thing. I've been saying from the get go.
Own issues.
I've been saying from the get go. That woman, if that's her preference, that's what the fuck she does. If she like the Green Bay Packers, that's what the fuck you gonna do. How you gonna psychoanalysis that? And I'm gonna tell you there, Omega. I'm gonna give you word of advice. Stop listening to people, including me. Everybody. You, Omega, stop listening to these people on this fucking internet. What you need to do is use introspective and listen to yourself. And you're seeking refuge and what have you and stuff, and finding answers and what have you and stuff, and you're becoming redundant. You're being repulsive, and I'm not trying to dish you there, sister Omega. I don't hide nothing. You know me on whatever. I don't hide shit. I'm in the student of Dr. York. I don't hide shit. I go after.
Man, that's a red flag.
I don't give a fuck about no red flag. Hey, sister Omega. My advice to you.
Nobody's psychoanalyzing anybody up here.
But you are telling her what to do. You're the only one telling somebody.
Let me do this. Let me say this. My recommendation there, Omega.
Omega, do whatever you want to do and do what's been working for you with your career. Like you've been telling me.
This internet will fuck you up. Go inside the physical circumference that you can touch that untangible, and then seek refuge in that remedy and find that. You go on this internet and you get on there and you engage and all that and hear all kind of kaleidoscopes and whatever and shit on an oasis of people of different thoughts.
I think
don't get on this internet. This internet will fuck you up. I'm telling you.
He said, Dr. York, it makes sense now.
Keep doing your exercise, working out and meditation.
You know what? And I say, Dr. York, how many motherfuckers can tell me goddamn truth about that shit?
No, we don't follow him.
I know. You know what? You know, I learned about you know what I learned 15, 20 years ago?
We already learned about this 20 years ago.
95% of these motherfuckers are fake. And they sitting there they're at home eating chicken noodle soup. And they're eating Roman noodles.
Not over here. I'm eating good.
I'm not talking.
Now you done ran out.
If you react,
you done ran out.
Then that's probably pertaining to your ass. Omega.
Who are you talking to?
Man, he said Dr. York. Man,
that's
I can't
redundant.
even engage.
Courtney, you might need to mute him or drop him. He's doing too much.
Yeah, Dr. York a
Y'all
pedophile,
can't
man.
never
Like
talk about
Yeah,
serious,
me.
the thing
crazy
that get me is
cult
he
type.
getting
Like,
upset
Oh,
by
Megan,
it.
you can't never talk about me no more,
Okay,
no
can we?
paddles.
All right, can we just switch the subject then? Because we have to be mindful
Oh,
that
Megan, continue doing
Omega's
what you're doing
channel.
with your book, your career, your mini series,
Are
and
we
meditation and watching Celibates.
done?
Right? You cool. You doing good. What's her name in the corner? I'm sorry. I didn't get your name. What's your name?
Oh,
At the
me
bottom.
or
Not the one eating.
Short cake.
I'm sorry. What's her name? Oh, she eating though. I think she can't respond.
Like she eating. I like to jump
Yeah.
in, family. If I can jump in real quick.
She cammed up. I don't see the names on her.
Okay.
Oh,
Uh-oh, y'all break
I'm
up.
passionate bliss.
Oh, passionate bliss. You're pretty good. I like you. You pretty balanced too.
Passionate.
Passionate bliss. Oh no, I
No,
never
that's
saw you in the chat.
passionate.
Okay, I'm gonna have to see if I seen you in the chat. Okay. You seem well rounded and well traveled about.
Hey,
That's rare.
Yes,
I
I'm
like to
very
jump
old.
in.
I'm 49.
Oh, really? You look young in the face though. I thought you was in your 30s. Or
No,
like us
no.
looking like, 20 something.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry if I kind of steered the conversation
No,
in a
you
different
did.
direction.
You all
I didn't
good.
want it to like drag on, you know.
It's all good. Just find
No,
within
we always
yourself
have
and
time for the youth. We always have time for our youth.
yeah.
Hey, can I jump in
Just
there real quick, y'all?
just don't have no babies and not want marriage. That's all I'm gonna say. Just I don't have none either, but just keep striving in your career, keep pushing.
All right. We let the gentleman to the bottom left speak.
Yeah. Is it
Yeah.
free?
I'm
Can I jump
sorry.
in? Oh, okay. What's going on,
Busting
family?
up.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
morning.
But
What's up,
what was
bro?
the
What's
original
up, bro?
question, though? Does
Speak
anybody
your
remember?
mind there, bro. Go ahead there, bro.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah,
Bro,
I just
man. What's up?
Indeed. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, I just wanted to comment on I mean, I got about the bed. This was a great conversation y'all was having. I done seen both ends of it in them type of relationships. So I just wanted to tell I think it was Taylor. When you go out looking for an older man, just realize that some older men still act like they're young men. So you gotta weed between the ones that's out here still playing in the field and the not trying to be responsible in all the things you're looking for. It's a group of them, but I don't think it's a bad situation because I look out here today and see the prospects that's available for my daughters out here, and I'm like, man, I mean, I don't want nobody that's still 30 and want to be a rapper and
Facts.
his life goals ain't lining up with a family. So yeah, you got to find somebody ready. I remember my great grandmother. She got married. She was like 15, 16 to my great grandfather that was like 30 something, and they had a wonderful marriage. They stayed together till both of them passed on, had a bunch of kids, and had a great relationship. So it can work. I think a lot of times that I see, I think it's just like to me, and it's not
A different time period though, and
yeah.
different men.
Well, yeah. I mean, depending on where you at in the world, they do it. They still do it over there. So it's just what society claims is okay, but they only do that
No,
to
it's not
benefit
okay
them.
though. They still a kid.
Well, I'm just saying, when do they stop being a kid? Depending on where you at in society and what the lifestyle's like over there. Some of them are getting married young, and that's their expectations to have babies and take care of their family, do farming, do whatever they do, and
Yeah, at
their
a legal
expectations.
age, 21. I would never normalize the
It's
grooming of
still
young girls or pedophilia and men that want young girls. They know
well,
better now. No,
well, there
I'm not
goes
gonna never normalize it.
that they no we just had a conversation about that. They trying to make that a whole nother thing for them, just like LGBTQ, they throwing a letter in there for those that want to be with little kids. So
Yeah, and that's weird as hell. The
yeah.
whole movement. I'm gonna leave
So
that alone.
yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. But
Yeah, no
I'm just
shade to
saying,
nobody, but
Huh?
They got their own rights. Black
Yeah,
people still fighting for their rights and can't get
yeah.
it.
It's places in this country now that you can still get married at 14 if your parents consent. So, I think it's a cultural thing. I don't think it's up and down. I think a lot of times too. I can't speak on the reasons for black women, but it seems like a lot of them they hate for a young girl to be with an older man, just like they hate for a black man to be with the other race of a woman. So it's
I
a
got a
Nah, black
theory.
women do not. That's false. Cause I don't
huh?
care. That's just black men need to stop speaking on black women and
Well,
comparing. Cause when they start
I came
building
from a
and protecting
family.
and providing and
No,
fighting that man up off them, then they could talk.
I ain't
We don't
talking
care
about that.
what y'all
I'm
do. Just
talking.
don't come back to the community when you date out. That's how I
I'm
feel.
talking. I
Do whatever
know.
you
Oh,
want to do.
oh
But
I'm
man, you
talking
to
finna.
each their own, I'm
a
never gonna
family
normalize girls
family full
under
of women,
20 or
and
21 dating somebody.
that makes it known
That's grooming and
that
pedophilia, and weirdos do that.
what's that?
Date
Don't do it.
underage
Don't. Oh,
girls.
No, I'm just saying those
Yeah,
standards
and
are
I know I'm familiar with a lot
low.
of other cultures too, because I kind of travel a lot too. But no, I'm not gonna. It's not like I'm going around just speaking out. I do a little bit, but then I don't bother people. But if I
Yeah.
see if it's forced and it's nothing that they want to
but
do, no, they
but
shouldn't.
but you're projecting right now. See, we
I'm not
project our
projecting
own
nothing. You
value.
keep talking about somebody projecting.
Hold on
You
a
you don't
second,
even
sister.
have a healthy conversation. Just
Just give
stop.
me a second. Just give me a second. Because we're projecting our
Nah,
value
I don't.
because like the sister of passion, she said that she should be with a man that's her equal and they're equals, right? That's what you said. Am I right? You
Who
said that
said
she should be
equal?
with somebody, the sister of passion who's in the top corner now. But see,
Oh,
in
you
other
might have to
cultures,
ask her what she said.
Closer to
but
her
some
age.
women they don't want a man that's their equal. Like the sister Taylor said, she want a man that she can learn from and probably gonna offer an element of security. And I mean, we can't dictate. I mean, we can have our opinions on people, but we can't say what woman is mature enough to deal with what man and what not. Because I
We
mean,
just said
we
that. We
watch.
just
Hold
said
on a
all.
second. Okay, just hold on a second. Because Beyonce was with Jay Z when she was like 17 and he was like
And that
30,
was abnormal. He didn't have
and
no
they don't.
business being with her,
Yeah,
right?
but
Why?
yeah, but look
We're
at their
gonna speak on
relationship.
that.
They have a beautiful relationship and they've grown.
No,
And
he
Jay
cheat
Z,
and do all type of stuff. He have a whole bunch of flaws. They have
Now you
flaws
talking
just
about the
like
man
everyday people.
character.
They just got more money.
You can't talk about all
but
these
they
character
still
flaws
together.
with
Yeah,
him.
I actually can. She
They're
put it
still
out there,
together.
not me.
They're
We
still
don't know
together.
why, but
They're
we don't
still
know why
together
they're
with a
together.
family.
We don't
Right,
know the reason why
exactly,
they're
Passion.
together, and we don't really know what
Okay,
their relationship is like. We
okay,
know
but
that
why
they
we gotta be
Exactly.
consistent
negative
plus.
though? Why do we have to
Thank you.
always
She said
assume
we
the
had
negative?
everyday problems, and she put that in the
Why do
paper.
we have to? Why do we have to assume the negative when what we see is that they have beautiful
All,
kids and they're living their life
all
and
this
You're
they've
shit
assuming the
proving
grown
my point.
positive.
and
We don't care, and that's
All this
good for
shit proving
them. We're
my
not
point.
celebrities. We're
All
built
this
an
not
shit
empire
comparing
proving
together.
my
our life
point.
to that. We're
All
not
this shit
comparing
proving
our
my
life to
point.
that because you will never have Beyonce money or
Motherfuckers
that
will argue over
relationship.
free coffee.
Yep.
Argue over free coffee.
Yes. You
So far,
too.
you're the
You
only one
sure
who's been
would.
arguing, though. That's the thing that gets me. You
Right.
don't been
These two in
arguing.
the corner.
And then I'm
Very
the one that
unhealthy.
fucking argue. Ain't that a bitch?
And I didn't
Yeah,
say
because you
That
like to
shit.
fucking argue. Ain't
That
that a
the
bitch?
shit.
the crazy
Yeah,
thing is
because
that
you
you're
crazy than a
Hey,
motherfucker, like
okay,
control.
okay,
what
Hey,
everyone. All
Anyway,
right,
effectively
Passion and the
argue
man in the
violates
hoodie.
God
law.
damn.
That's
Hey,
really
everyone.
amazing. You
hey,
Hey,
y'all can't
everyone,
come on my
are
platform.
We
Why we
not, but
can't
we
talk
promise.
all at
you are
one
let
able to
time?
argue alone and work
let's hear
yourself
from
Let
Sarah.
each
up.
person talk at one time.
What'd you
Respect her
say,
Let's hear from
Passion?
channel.
Sister.
Respect her channel.
I don't
One
even think I
person
got my.
talking and somebody else talk.
I don't
Stop
even
talking
think I
over
got my
each other.
point
We
out yet.
adults. We all grown black people. Let's love each other enough to let each other say what they gotta say.
What you say, Passion? Go ahead.
No, but he had said in the midst of his uh
So
statement
Dr. York up
that
there in the
he said that
corner.
I was saying that she had to be equal. I
Mm-hmm.
spoke more to balance and
Right.
make sure that it was healthy, balanced and healthy.
Exactly.
That's all I spoke to.
Thank you.
And I just said she want to make sure that she's treated equally as well.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
not necessarily equality, but she's treated equally.
Okay.
Man,
If you
let me tell
can,
you.
Passion, turn your mic up. I'm sorry. Somebody background loud.
And I think in general, it's not about the age. It's about the person's character in the relationship. I would rather
It's
prefer
about
my.
the first part, yeah, true to a
No, it's
point, but it's
about
always
both.
gonna be similar about the
It's
age.
both. The age is
I
All right,
say
let's
close
not
irrelevant.
to
What
cut
you
seven
do.
or
anyone off.
eight.
One at a
Stop
time. One
interrupting
at a
each
time,
other.
please.
Yeah, the age is well it doesn't matter because it all depends on
Right.
where you at, where they say is okay. So you
Mm-hmm.
can at one hand 18. When at 18 come you be adult. You're adult when you come through puberty, and you able to take
But
care
that's
of
not
yourself.
normalized though.
Huh? That's just
That's
what it
not
is.
normalized.
That's
Society
just
making
what
that normalized.
today's society says
Right,
here.
and that's what you can go off, but I won't be going off on it.
I'm not
Well,
going
why
off
you
that.
Because
gotta
I'm
I know
saying
no
interrupt the
grown
man?
men
Let
will not.
everybody speak.
my point with
Right.
saying that
Boy,
is
shut up talking to us. What you come up here
that's
for
not a
anyway?
valid
Do not
concern.
address me.
Honestly, to shut you up. That's what I came up
Nah,
here
you ain't
for.
gonna
To
shut
shut
shit
you up
up. You
so
don't
everybody
run
else
shit
can
over
talk.
here. Little boy, you
Cause
better get the fuck
you
on talking to me
interrupting the whole
and go
panel.
play with
Ain't
somebody
nobody
else your
here.
own age or go play with your
Already
shorties. Don't
running.
play with me.
All
Calm
right,
yourself
I
all
asked you
down.
right.
not to say
Let me
Calm
anything
tell
yourself
you
to.
down, ma'am.
guys, both of
Calm
you,
down. Let
stop.
other people talk. Respect
No, you
everybody.
need to
So
mind your
grow up.
business. We was
Not
having
I
a
mean,
good
interrupting
I
like
would
conversation
all
want
before
to
night.
you
get
came
You
up
rolling with
here.
Calm
Dr.
down, little
York.
girl. Calm
You
No,
rolling
down.
with
you.
Dr. York.
one thought across.
You rolling with Dr. York.
Oh, can I finish? It's me now. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's on. It only depends on the
Hello.
area. Hello.
Yes, but hello. Can we literally
You the one with the mute
regroup?
button. You got the mute button. Whenever you see
And
him getting out of hand,
Can we
push the mute
regroup?
button.
can't you navigate that shit to
I
back to what we were talking about
believe
your goddamn situation with men? Damn, Omega. Damn.
Yeah.
It sound like me and
no,
Isaiah.
no.
You need to really utilize that mute button, man. Or
Courtney,
kick
you
Wait,
got
some
a
people off
situation
that
wait.
with
seem like
men?
Cool,
damn
cool
rude.
What's
cutter.
Courtney's situation?
No. Cool. Don't come with the cursing. Yes, thank you. And I know how to use the mute button, but hello, if my computer is frozen, it's frozen. So just like I just did, I removed short shortcakes from the panel. Okay, so we can restore some order. But Cuckoo Cutter, like, up with all this cursing, bruh. Come on, get it together. Get it together. And I don't even know what Isaiah you talking about, but that listen, how it's conducted over here is no matter how late it is, y'all still glow up, please. Now, I believe Passionate Bliss was asking for literally about 20 minutes. What was the original conversation? I think she was asking. I don't know if she ever even got the original conversation. So we need to regroup. I would definitely love and appreciate everybody's closing thoughts. But the way this whole conversation opened, if anyone goes back and looks at the Play Black, 3 hours ago, it was about male and female communication and the expectancy of that. What are the expectations when it comes
And
to that?
Omega, you waited that long for you to say that. I've been saying that for a long time for you to address that.
Cool,
Now
cool
you,
cutter.
yes, ma'am.
Don't get removed because
Yeah.
and you the worst to talk about communication because hello you be don't get me talking,
Damn,
bruh.
that's all I've been
I haven't got it.
asking.
You fall asleep in the middle of conversations, bruh.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty. Yeah, that's right. I'm
So you
guilty of
gonna
that.
be quiet and let me speak my
Okay.
piece. Thank
All right.
you. And I
All
was
right.
really upset because Brother Donnie always comes with very quality contribution to conversations. And he was even, I was like, come on, y'all. We're not gonna disrespect each other like this. We
Yeah,
really are not.
they
I
cut
thank
me
you,
up.
sir, for hopping on the panel to try to restore some order. I really do appreciate it. I do understand and recognize that there was a lot of interruptions and there was a lot of disruption in the chat as well. And again, as I often tell you, sir, I am an equal opportunity addresser. Okay. And even my brother Cool knows, yes, I feel very strongly and passionately about the way things are presented. But again, it is all love at the end of the day. All right. So that was the original question, sis. Passionate bliss. It was the original topic was about male female communication and the way things get lost in translation and some things that contribute towards that. Now, when Sis Taylor joined the panel, the conversation went a different direction, and I'm okay with that because again, there aren't a lot. I won't say that I know them all, but there are not a lot of platforms that you can come and say, you know what, the host can step out and someone else can run it. And I do not mind doing that when we are respectful of one another and we are sticking to being consistent with making sure that we're creating a solution oriented conversation. But when it's not getting that, come on, y'all. When it's not getting that, it's messy, it's ugly, and I really, that's not how I would prefer for this to be presented. Because a couple of times, I'm like, am I even gonna? Should I just pull this down altogether? Not just stop the live, but should I just erase this conversation? Because there was a lot of good information that's been shared here. So I definitely would appreciate, and I heard you loud and clear about using my mute button. I tried several times and I kept getting stalled. And so I just went ahead to go ahead. I had to just go ahead and remove, the person from the panel. But I also would like to say that let's understand and appreciate when we're playing into that too. Okay. All of us. All right. So again, I would love for Donnie to bring his contribution back because he kept getting interrupted. And, that was the main time I was trying to mute and pull stuff down and I couldn't. So please, Bo, how I'm telling us how to conduct ourselves and I look in the chat and come on, bruh. Come on, bruh.
Man,
Stop.
I'm just she cool with me. She
She
ain't no.
cool, but come on. Come
I'm saying,
on. Like,
but I'm saying
nah.
let's just be real though. Trucker dude been cussing and carrying on way more
Trucker dude
disruptive
is
just
out
as
of
long as
control
him.
because it's late. Y'all have to
Cool,
understand. Trucker dude,
cool
he needs
cutter,
to go to
whatever.
bed at a certain time. Brother
Uh,
Cuckoo Cutter is a long,
yeah,
long
cool
distance
cutter.
trucker.
Yeah,
And he needs to go
Goddamn
to
right.
bed
I'm
at
gonna
a certain
this
time.
goddamn
let's,
cuss
I
on
gotta put
shit.
him to bed.
let's
I
be
gotta put
honest.
Come
him to
on my
Short
bed.
cake,
goddamn platform. Come on my goddamn
short cakes
platform.
ain't bothering me.
Get shit off your damn chest. How about that? Shit.
Cool. I'm about to mute.
All y'all do is play platitude and all that happy ass shit. Motherfucker
I'm
We
make
about
supposed
to
to been,
remove you. We gonna
we
whatever and all
supposed
that.
to been
Come on,
removed him.
goddamn Cuckoo Cutter.
we go.
Cuckoo Cutter on YouTube. Come on my goddamn platform. And
I'm gonna
when you
remove
look at
you,
my
and we're gonna
platform,
talk later. Okay.
That's long
All right,
overdue.
Donnie. Once again, Donnie, back on you, brother. Please go ahead and continue your point in regards to our May December relationships. I really appreciated what you were saying. I think that it was quality. It was a quality contribution. I want to thank you also again, Passionate Bliss, for being here tonight, and NC Worker. Even though you are, you always doing it with your quiet wisdom. I appreciate also your patience here, and I'm going to put myself back on mute. Okay, I'm put myself back on mute. Donnie, you have the floor, sir. Thank you again.
Brother Donnie, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, okay. Thank you. My fault. Yeah, I pretty much forgot what my early contribution was going to be, but I think it was relevant to Taylor and her wanting to date an older man. I was just going to say I've seen those relationships work, and I've seen them not work. So just be careful that if you get an older man, you don't get one that still thinks he's a younger man, and treat you as such, so you can get the same treatment you will with one of these young guys from these old guys that never really settled down. But you got a better shot. This generation right here, I got two daughters that in their 20s and 30s, and I haven't seen a whole lot of prospects that make me want to say, come on in and marry my daughter. So I definitely understand that on that end. So I also been the beneficiary of seeing relationships with grandparents and great grandparents that did get married early, and grandmother 17, grandfather like 30, and they were together till they passed and had wonderful relationships. And to me, and from what I know from my family, they wasn't just together because he was taking advantage of her. So yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. I think we just get caught up in society, and society tells us 18 you grown. I think it's a little older for you actually grown and competent. Should be like 25 or something, or before anybody should be able to do that. But we just need to recognize in some places that as young as 14, I know, maybe younger, that people can get married. And I think we need to get out this Western mindset of thinking that that's not a possibility, because it is today, and in other countries maybe younger. And I think a lot of times the older women seem to be more defensive on that end when it comes to younger women with older men, and I think it honestly has something to do with them looking at losing a man, a potential man they could be with, versus them really caring that much about if they're younger. Because there's been a lot of us grandparents did that, and it was okay. But in the end, it's what makes you happy, and you gotta find somebody that resonates with you, and y'all on the same page as far as what you want out of life. You said a lot of good things about, a lot of thoughts about your future and wanting to have kids and stuff like that, to get you to that point. And I think I commend you for that, because you took more thought than most. So I would look, but I would look cautiously, and I think that in that position that you in, a young woman look for an older man. I think you're gonna get a lot of hatred. You're gonna get a lot of bashing by your peers because of that, in the pretense that they want to look out for your best welfare. But in the end, to me, it's like the same treatment if you was marrying outside your race. That's another good man down that they could have had. So it's gonna be some of that. But either way, you got to make the decision what's best for you. But just vet them to make sure that they okay. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments. That was really appreciated, and that put a lot of things into perspective. I've always viewed myself as a very introspective person, so a lot of what I say and do is very intentional. I've been that way since high school, pretty much. Which is why, and like when I started really thinking about my future life with a man, and what I wanted that to look like, um, I knew I had to be very intentional because my situation in life is unique and all that. It's just different. Thank you.
Well, who next
I'm
up?
just wondering, given the
Yeah,
fact that your
passionate bliss. Yeah.
oh,
Go
I just
ahead.
had a real quick question I was wondering for her. Um, given the fact that your friends find this, undesirable, that you prefer men of that age. So at this point, are you going to try to find new friends? Because people socialize as couples, and if your friends have already expressed distaste for your choices, how would that affect your relationship with those friends? If you have a mate that they are, expressing contempt for.
Uh, that's a good question. I only have two best friends. My circle is very small. Um, my okay, so one of my best friends is fine with it. She's engaged, and they're around the same age anyway. But she doesn't have a problem. But whenever I bring up somebody I might be talking to that is older, my other best friend is just like, oh, she's like, oh, that's kind of like, she has a visceral reaction to it, basically. And so I don't know. I just take the good with the bad. Basically, she doesn't judge me too harshly for it. She just said that's not something she would want to have for herself. But I can tell she kind of judges for it. But that's because she is into older men, but like kind of like maybe 2 or 3 years older, that kind of thing. 2 or 3 years older. I like I said, my age range is like from 27 to 34. If I go older, it's not gonna be that much older. So yeah, that's just my age range. Because like I've heard and I've experienced that a lot of men that are like age 27 and up are more willing to settle down than 26 and under. Like they say, men that are still like 25, just turned 25, been 25 for a few months, they're still trying to play the field. I've known and talked to a lot of guys. And also, like someone mentioned my college situation, like where I am finding guys on campus. I go to a mostly women's college. I'll just keep it 100%. There are gay men here, there are lesbians, and then the rest of the people are married or taken. Um, like the most of the women that are on this campus that are heterosexual are single and Black. So, and that would include me. so so yeah, it's the area I'm in right now, my school and just the media area I'm in. Just the demographics and like it's very slim for me. That's why I want to relocate actually to maybe somewhere like Dallas or Houston. But I do have to be mindful about where in those cities that I might need to relocate to.
And is your reception by his friends friendly or hostile? Because I'm straight up tell you, if one of my friends come around with a young child, I'm like, who daughter is this you got? I will clown. I'm straight up serious. I will clown if one of my guy friends comes around with some young child on his arm. Put this baby in the bed. Oh my God, I will totally clown. I ain't lying.
Yeah, it is like a very like it leaves a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths to see a dynamic like that because they do equate it to like a father-daughter type of thing. But if I don't know, it's like if the woman is, it's like my dad personally, he's 50. I mean, he's almost 50. He'll be 50 like in a couple months. I'm not gonna date somebody that old. Um, but it's I don't know, for some reason the dynamic in Western world or whatever people still feel like it's not. And I actually didn't know that. I mean, I knew to some degree that in other parts of the world that there's a big age gap. I didn't know it was as big as 20 years. I thought maybe 5 to 10. But 20, yeah, I had no idea about that. And I guess it's hard for people to see outside, including myself, to see outside of America and just the scope of Western civilization in general. And I've always been a person that's had an open mind about everything that I've done. And can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I wanted to also state
I'm sorry.
in regards to hey, welcome back, The Life of King Wage. I've missed you. My you know what, The Life of King Wage, you get my Michael B. Jordan voice. So I've missed you because you get that voice. So but Donnie, in regards to, I did have a question. Now in regards to your statement about it being older women, I don't have a problem with thinking of Taylor being with an older man because I actually I've always admired older men. It just has not panned out that I've dated too much of an older man, but I do have some concern with what you said in regards to seeing not a problem with girls as young. And I have a daughter who's 13, and I can tell you, honey, she is nowhere close to being, and I was married at 19, but she's nowhere close. She's 13 years old. She's nowhere close to even knowing what being a wife entails. And like I said, I was married at 19, and I really didn't even get it until dang near close to when I was getting divorced. I didn't really get it until I became a mother. Until I became a mother, did being a wife really start to, sync up.
Mm.
And I
So
was
what's the
married
question?
for almost a decade before I became a mother. So that I definitely hear what you're saying in regards to, I don't have a problem with thinking of younger women, older men. I do think that there is some there's some separation from, I guess, the reality of like, because even myself, like I said, I was saying, and rest in peace, brother Joe Clark, but I used to put on Lean on Me, and my sisters, my older sisters would clown me and tell my mom I was watching a nasty movie, because I would be all excited to see Morgan Freeman come around there with that bat, honey. I was like, yes, I was into it. But
Right.
yeah, I definitely think 14, 14, 13, no. I
Well,
can't
can I
imagine.
can I clarify that?
Yes, please do,
'Cause
because I
You
know you
know,
said you were
I
the
got a
father
question.
of daughters, and
yeah,
so I
yeah.
said,
Let
who
me
you
clarify
letting
that,
come in
and
and
then
picking
real
up
quick.
those girls?
I'm
Talking
not.
about we gonna get married at
No,
14,
no.
15.
I'm just saying some places in the country there is that, and you can get married that young. But I'm just saying Western society says that we can't do it till 18, 21 or what have you. But you go parts of the world, they have been trained to be women, be mothers from birth. So they are prepared to take on the roles in other countries. So we like to put this Western mindset on everybody. That's all I'm saying, and it doesn't apply. Different things apply to different people and different time frame, and that's why I said mention my great grandparents and how they got married. Then this would be unacceptable in this conversation we having today. But back then, it worked from them. They had a wonderful marriage. It wasn't a problem. My personal preference is I like older women. Always have. My wife is older than me, and I don't understand why a man would want a woman that's younger than them and not mature them and not been on the level of conversation or life than they are. I don't get it. But I'm just saying that it happens, and I don't think that we should put all that focus on this Western mindset. Focus on this because it's going to cause us problems, especially of us that are going to Africa, where we find they do that on a regular basis, and it's cultural, and they're not in this system. They're not going to necessarily to college. They're going from living into the family, into everyday living, and taking that life and feeding themselves or farming. They're not going in this society we going in to allow you to get a college education and time to find yourself and everything. They going into the real thing early, and I just want us to really think about that when we place these labels on everybody, because they don't blanketly apply. What I want my daughter with a dude, I'd rather have my daughter with a dude 10 years older than her that I know loves her and take care of her than a dude her age or younger that still want to be a rapper, still wants to hang out, still wants to act stupid. I had them. I take the older dude over there any
Let
day.
me let me make this point too, because I know there was a lot of uh, energy for older males earlier. Words like defensive and all that type of stuff.
No,
Most
the
dudes,
good energy came from me. I like me an older man.
most
Hey. Oh, speaking of which,
most.
Donnie, I'm looking for
Yeah.
the connection to your firefighter friends, please. You can email me anytime. Okay, I
Hey, that's a
brother,
whole
because
different
I think you
story.
must have missed that
Most of them,
email, brother. I sent you a
no.
nice email saying, "Hey, I did not know you were a firefighter. That's been a long dream, a long lifelong dream of mine to
Yeah.
get with the fellow with the hose. Thank you. So please slip
Hey,
into that
Very nice.
chat."
here go the thing that I noticed for, and I'm gonna tell this to Taylor too. I've noticed that all the young guys I know in their 20s that firefighters have gotten married, started family, and kids. So that's on the way back. These people get married, starting relationships early. They're not
Well,
doing the
well,
stuff we did.
well. The Department of Justice has already stated marriage for black males is on the rise. The thing is, Mr. Donnie, it's our women who some of our women who are 40% of our women who are very anti-male in how they speak, they're the ones pushing this narrative that it's not happening. All of our documentation shows 2010 black marriages was only at 42%. That thing is up at 83% now. But
Damn.
women want to convince women that black males are evil. This is the whole thing. This is why it's ridiculous. I do want to offer you this, Donnie. I'll pay you some dinner. Please come on my show, man. I want to talk to you one-on-one about how to be a firefighter. I always
Okay.
wanted to be a firefighter when I was young, but it was such a white organization,
Yeah.
and the black males never wanted to give you information. I didn't even know that there was a training center in my city as a kid because that was hidden from us. And I'm testing to be I work in medical finance, Donnie, but I'm
Okay.
testing to be a dispatch guy because I want
Oh,
to be a
okay. Cool.
dispatch for that. So I need your help. I need your guidance. Pay you some dinner, man. Come on, and I can't put the thing in the chat room, but Miss Courtney has my thing in the chat room. I did want to ask this question though to all to you guys earlier though, because I waited for this opportunity. I just wanted to switch conversation just a little bit. Can somebody answer this question for me, whether it's Omega or any of the ladies on the panel? Why is this community so anti-male and Latinas are so pro-male? White women are so pro-male. Asian women are so pro. Why is this
We know
community
why.
the only
We
one?
know why.
That's a
It's
whole nother show.
conditioning.
That's gonna go left.
It's a conditioning. Yeah, that's another 3-hour show, but it's conditioning. And Brother Donnie, you said it beautifully. It's a whole nother show because we literally were on Bijou Noor's channel. What was that? Just 2 weeks ago. And this was the conversation. But you cannot think that we could be enslaved, not for 100 days, not for 100 years, but 4 times that, and think we're going to walk out of this without any therapy, without any counter conditioning, without any resources to get the type of medical, psychological assistance that is needed. And if Cool Trucker was back on this panel, instead of talking about some F y'all in the chat, you know what? You're gonna wake up sober, Cool Cutter, and you're gonna be so sorry for your nonsense. Okay, but we'll talk about it. Absolutely, because I still love you, brother. Thank you. And you still are very much a supporter of the Glow Nation. Always appreciate your contributions. Thank you. But at any rate, CA, the thing that we've got to stop pretending like that's not the basis. We were conditioned to hate each other, and we are still, through music, through media, through political. And I can tell you that from being a former elected official. Politically, still the conditioning is there. The conditioning is still there. The school systems, our educational system, every avenue around us conditions us to hate one another. So the fact that, as you say, that we can sit here and have Brother Donnie, who's married to a beautiful woman, beautiful Black woman, that I can say, hey, I was married at 19 to a lawyer, professor, divorced, but still won't speak the dang day a bad word about him. A great father, okay? That so the fact that you still have us, Passionate Bliss, raised from with a father in the church, a preacher's kid, a beautiful woman raising sons, you know what I mean? So the fact that you still have people like us that still want the Black love and experience, that's what we want to focus on, brother. And that's why I often ask you that. I often tell you that that's what we want to focus on. I don't give shine to the behind. You understand? We are forward moving. We are glowing up. So let's talk about that.
Okay,
but we know why.
Let me
it's conditioning. Right. We were killed for working together.
Can
We
I
were
speak to that?
raped for working together. We were broke. Our families were broken up for working together. Tongues were cut out of our mouth for speaking to one another. So you can't fully say with all of this intellectual might that you have, why is it that we don't love and appreciate? There has never been any demographic that has endured the type of torture that we have, and especially to unify. And the fact that we can still find love within these sectors, that we can still find these stories of elevation. This is evidence. This is evidence of the fact that there are many more of us that want it than that do not. I rest my mic.
Can I speak to that? Because I think he articulated that the wrong way, or at least I interpreted it differently. I don't think that the problem in these spaces in our community is that black women hate black men, or there's a hate between us, because it's not. From my experiences, I believe the difference in our community, and I can point to instances of it on this panel and the different, from my perception, whereas we're the only race of people, the men and the women see each other is somewhat competition, and there's a real, like, it's not a real hierarchical order, the way we interact with each other and the way we see ourselves in relationships. Like how if other communities, if you see how they enter, how their communities are structured, whoever, Latinos, there's a real patriarchal system. And the presumption, like how the sister Passion said earlier, that the sister should want a man that's her equal and they can be equal, like that plays into a psychology in relationships with black men and black women, where you see it becomes a competition later on in relationships, where that in other races, the woman somewhat knows that she's, I don't want to say beneath the man, because that can be
Well, Donnie, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. And I'm going to take Omega's point on, let's focus on the positive after I say this last thing. It's just like my experience on here. Most people on my channel know I'm a decently polite person, but I sound arrogant because I stand on my position. That's hated. Me and Sir were in the chat room earlier of this show, just having regular conversation. I'm getting called clown. I'm getting called all these type of names from our women for no other reason than having a difference of opinion. Then when I speak to Sir, I get told, ain't nobody calling you names, blah, blah, blah. It's this pounding on that we get sometimes. It's why I understand why some of the other brothers get upset and they take it too far. I was on this panel having a conversation. Person telling me, you sound this way and that way, and it's like it's hard to have these conversations. This is why I gravitate to people like Omega so much, and the ladies who come on my channel, because they're so different. But these other women, but here's my point. Here's my point. The other thing is, and I'll be quiet after this. It just gets daunting after a while to constantly not be able to share with sisters without the you must feel butthurt. No, I have a difference of opinion. You must be a clown then. No, I'm just different. Go ahead, sir. I'm putting myself on mute. You got the mic.
I find
I get what you're saying, but I just don't believe that it's hate. I believe it's more so a lack of respect in some regards, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I don't perceive it as being hate.
I feel that we need to constantly understand that we aren't perfect. And with us not being perfect, that doesn't mean that that's an excuse. We all can turn around and just say and do whatever we want. Well, nobody's perfect. No, but we should be striving for perfection. If I want respect, I should be going out of my way to give respect. If I want to be heard, I should be going out of my way to hear someone else. And it shouldn't be a thing of I can be rude to you because of my position. If my position is being male, female, high class, low class, an intellectual, a beginner or a novice or very experienced, whatever my thing is, I have something that I can give and I have something that I can learn. And that's where we should be at. If we're going to sit here and call each other names and attack each other, then how can we build? How can I hear anything you have to say after you done called me a coon, a dust bag, dusty, and all this kind of stuff all night? How can I hear you could tell me the best thing in the world, but unless you're a person like me who listens to everyone and try to take what I can and leave what's not useful and add what's uniquely my own, everybody's not like that. And it took me a long time to be able to get like that. So us as a average person or regular people, we have to understand that we have to give in the manner that we want to receive. If I want you to hear me out, then I need to be able to hear you out. If I want you to give me respect, I have to be willing to take that same respect. And you
Yeah,
have
and that.
to understand,
Oh, sorry.
you have to understand that you got to focus on, it's so many horrible things in this life. It's so many horrible things probably in everyone's life who's on this panel, everybody in the chat, everybody who's listening to the playback. You got to find the good things and strive and go towards those and also share those with other people. Don't just get them for yourself, but share it with other people because you never know what the next person going through.
I'd like to say something. Across Black YouTube, I noticed that there's always a few comments in every video with the all men's panel or all women's panel talking about issues like this that complain about the fact that there isn't a mixture of men and women at the same time. And now I kind of see why. I mean, it's wrong. It's not. We're not supposed to be squabbling like what's been going on the last 40 minutes or something like that. But I find that that we need that mixture of men and women that can, and the cohesion that we need to be able to have a functional conversation, because I see that these men, just all men panels talking about women, just crapping on women, and then all women panels crapping on men. That gets us nowhere. What Omega is trying to do, inviting men and women into the panel, what I believe she's trying to do is to kind of combat the one-sided narratives that these other channels have, where it's just men talking or just women talking, and I appreciate her for that. I rest my mic.
I agree.
I agree with both of them. And I think the reason we're not able to have those conversations is essentially due to the lack of respect in the Western influence. And when you travel outside of America, or you even deal with other women within America, and I know it's a sensitive topic, but the dynamics in those relationships are totally different. And when you start dealing with older dudes, which is why it's a slippery slope when women start taking advice from, like, a young woman taking advice from an older woman, it's a slippery slope because a lot of those, I'm going to say, how can I frame this? A lot of women up in age, they don't view men the way a younger women will view men. They view men as their equals, and it's almost a competition you will see a lot of times. And that's why a lot of men, when they divorce at that mid-age, it's because they got tired of that competition and they don't want to deal with it no more. And they would prefer to get a younger woman who, in these spaces, to Black women, the word groom is like a bad word. Like, that's a forbidden word. But a man, once he get to a level where he's established and he has his life in order, what you would want, where he can offer you security, what you want. He doesn't want competition. He doesn't really want, he wants a woman that he can bring in and put in place and essentially groom her into the woman he wants her to be. And that's not inherently a bad thing. You know what I mean? But it's all on what you want as a woman and how you want to come into the relationship. You're not gonna come into the relationship as think you can become a housewife and you know what I mean by being a man's equal. And that's a deeper conversation. And I don't even know if we're ready to have that conversation.
Wow. I'll jump in there real quick. I kind of agree with some of the points you're saying, and I think it's a thing when it comes to older women that it's how you know how they say you get older and you get set in your ways, and just both of us come with baggage from past relationship, past hurts, and I can see how sometimes a man would look for something else, which is probably I think it lines up with the same reason on why sometimes black men date outside the race. They don't, you want somebody that you can build with, and you want somebody that you can get along with without it being a competition, and and they looking for somebody that they don't have to do that. So it tends to make them look elsewhere, and I think it's sad because I think the problem is what everybody said. It's the baggage from the post-traumatic slave syndrome. It's the baggage from the past hurts. And I think a lot of times us as men don't realize that these women, this hard exterior and the aggressiveness sometimes that you get is just the act. It's what society has told them how they had to be to survive over here. And I've listened to women that have went to Africa, went to the motherland, and seen that being over here, and it's all of us. We on guard 24 hours a day, on guard because this society over here tells us that we have to be. That something happens to you, somebody takes something from you, is your fault because you didn't protect yourself enough. But when you go with somebody that didn't grow up like that, and they wait for the incident to happen before they start getting mad and the stress level go up, then you'll see what's the difference here. It's we gotta you gotta make a choice. If you're willing to deal with and help this woman get through this, and she helping you to get through this baggage we have, then you can have a wonderful relationship. So I don't know if a younger woman would have less of that or not. I just think the immaturity for me would be enough for me that I know how to deal with a woman with a throw a few shots in there. I can throw them back just like you can show them. You can throw them at me, and at the end of the day, we can laugh about it and keep moving. But if you ain't got the building skills, the finances skills, the everyday life skills to work with me, then I see that's where the problem lies. And I'll rest the mic on that.
Brother NC Worker, did you have any final thoughts or contributions you would like to share tonight before we close?
Well, thank you for letting me be up here on your panel. But when it's really all said and done, again, she seems like she knows what she wants. It's just all a matter of whether or not the steps that she needs to take so that she can be able to get what she wants out of life. And it seems like tonight we've already discussed many solutions and to be able to help guide her so that she can reach her goal.
Right.
I agree.
I agree. And let me just say, just to add to the sister, like I was saying earlier, because like I say, while I would say for her as a young woman, like I appreciate like what Courtney doing. And when I say this, right, like I don't take advice from older men about relationships. I don't. I could care less what they got to say. Like For real, I learned this. I learned this in life because sometimes you taking advice from people from their life experiences, but you're gonna inherit the baggage which they have in their perceived what they want for you or how they see you. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
I got a daddy, so my advice is gonna come from him because he know me. So I don't know the sister, right? So when I give my opinion to like to a young sister, it's gonna be a generalized opinion. It has to be a generalized opinion that's just rooted in, I would say, the reality of what's going on around. You know what I mean? As I perceive it, and that was considered. I guess that's taboo. I guess that's a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like that was seen as being a bad thing that I'm giving a generalized opinion. But the fact is, at the age you at, you don't need targeted opinions. You need generalized opinions because you still growing, you still learning. And you can't take, I don't want to say you can't take the advice, but you should take it with a grain of salt of people that feel like they can give you specific of how to navigate and how to, especially when it comes to relationships, because the world's so big, people so big, your experience is going to evolve and you still evolving. So when you attack it, you have to be able to look at it from a wider point of view. You can't look at it as if you're gonna find a high value man by going to a debutante ball in the Ritz Carlton on the penthouse floor. You know what I mean? Like that may not be how you may attract what's meant for you. You know what I mean? You may just attract what's meant for you just by being you, going out, being who you are, being bubbly, interacting with people, and then you may just meet like, wow, this dude, he works at Deloitte and he's a consultant. You know what I mean? And I just met him, just doing regular things. You know what I mean? But it's through those life experiences and interacting with different people where you're gonna build up and be able to recognize and see and come in contact with people. Because people don't normally meet people in those real structured environments, how we like to perceive it is. It's the everyday interactions that we bond over, that relationships grow in. You know what I mean? Trying to come into a relationship thinking that you're just gonna meet a man and he's gonna automatically assume that he wants to be with you just off first go. I mean, it don't necessarily work like that, and it might not happen like that. It might be the dude at the gym that come in there every week, and one day you see him read in the newspaper and strike up a conversation with him because you recognize he reading the Investor Business Daily. You know what I mean? So that's a sign. Oh, he got money. So I mean, you just gotta open up your mind and open up your options and just be receptive to what's going on around you, and just generalize it. Look at life like that. Don't try to put yourself in the box. That's all I'm saying.
And
Because
these are just
high value men come in all shapes and sizes, and they're everywhere around you.
and
Thank you.
also too, just to say too, anything that was said tonight was suggestions. It wasn't something that you have to do. So take everything as strive, and what works for you works for you. What doesn't. Again, these are just solutions to help you guide you on your way to the goal that you want out of life.
I agree.
Okay.
We're doing closing remarks. Who next?
I really have nothing left to add. I'll just sign out when everybody else signs out.
Okay. I say a closing remark to you, telling from my perspective as a man. I think whoever you date in these days and times, back in the day, it was a time when people knew people's family and you could vouch for people's character. You knew what they had going on, and you had a better shot of understanding what type of person that is. So now we're in the day of technology that I would use as much technology as I can to do as much research on the person that I potentially want to be at. If you got to do a background check, if you got to see as much as you can find out about them first to vet the person, to see that they really who they claim to be. So I would recommend it. I tell my kids that you better do a background and credit check on them and try to find information about their family and see what type of person this is. Since we're not in society where it's easier you could just go to a family to do that. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. As everyone is exiting the panel tonight, please, I would love for you to say one thing that you learned of value, either from the panel or from anything said in the chat. I definitely appreciate all of you for being a part of this tonight. I promise y'all, it was definitely it was a surprise how things proceeded. So we want to start, please, with you, Sir Senior. Thank you so much for your attempts with coming onto the panel to get some order back restored. I do appreciate that. What again I would appreciate more is that you focus on the people that are not arguing with you, because I think that even with our disagreements, I have always made sure that everyone, including yourself, feels like they are wanted to be a part. And I would love that in the future. Let's continue to keep that same energy and don't give in to someone that's trying to take us away from that. And I know that's easier said than done, but but please as a common goal.
Is it there?
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I think she was going in and out. But I just wanted to start off saying that, like, again, salute to Courtney for allowing us all to come on and be able to be our authentic selves. Salute to everybody who came in, and everybody who participated. If it was good or bad, you gave your energy, and I appreciate that. If no one else says they do. Salute to everybody on the panel who's been on the panel, who's in the comments, was here live and didn't say anything, and even the people who want to listen to the playback. One thing I really appreciated was the young lady who came up. She gave her points about how she feels and why she feels the way she does. I also appreciated everybody trying to help in their own way. For the most part, I feel that most people, even if they disagree, were trying to give something to help instead of hurt. And that's big. We have to find ways to help ourselves and others instead of hurt. I'm always big on that and being, respectful. I would say that we have to work on our communication. And the biggest part of that is having the understanding and empathy for the other person and choosing to listen twice as much as we talk and allow the other person to get out what they're saying and then respond to make sure that we know what they're saying before we give our feedback. And I'm working on that more so myself as well. And like I said, everybody in here, almost everybody in here, I know for sure has a channel, and I'm sub to almost everybody in here. And everybody just support each other, big up yourself while bigging up somebody else. And, a lot of hands make light work. Be blessed, be safe, be certain. Everybody have a great night.
Peace.
Thank you.
But I learned what I learned.
Thank
I learned, man, just oh, go ahead, my bad.
No, I said you can go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I learned sometimes you just gotta. Okay, when you come into these spaces with women, I learned as a man, sometimes you gotta stand on it. You know what I mean? Because we're not gonna agree. It's not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a fundamental difference of opinion, and I think as a woman, you need to evaluate a question like, does the opinion of a man matter? Do you really care? And what are we trying to get out of these conversations? Are we trying to come to understandings? Are we trying to, and that's just something I can marinate on. That's all.
Thank you so much, Bo. I always say, you know what? I'm always looking forward to having discussions where you can learn from one another. And I think if you listen to this Play Black, as I like to call it, not Play Black, but the Play Black, you'll find we were saying the same thing. I just think it was picked up wrong. I was saying the same thing that you were. I'm just saying that sometimes we have to look for things that are more specific to what we are, who we are, as opposed to taking us outside of what we are. And so that's where I think we were kind of missing the mark. But I absolutely appreciate your input, and also staying on with us, because I know you were going to go to bed earlier. But thank you
I respect that, but
again for
I
coming
respect
through
that. I just
tonight.
think that
And
that's the fundamental difference between us, between each gender, between genders. Like women have a specific thing in their mind
okay,
that they want,
good.
and they concentrate on. I'm just saying that's something we can learn from each other. That's a part of the learning process.
Omega, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. Thank you everyone, the panel.
All right, peace.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
And we
You breaking up? I don't know if you went out or not.
have a good night.
Oh, you was breaking up.
Thank you. Um, okay, and Donnie, would you like to go next?
Thank you. Yeah, I think you breaking up, but thank you for having me on. Wishing everyone in the chat and the panel peace and power. I thought it was a great conversation. Got me up out the bed. I was about to turn over, and I'm like, let me hurry up and jump up and put my 2 cents in. So I thank you and appreciate everyone for listening to it. What did I learn? I think I learned that we got a little ways to go on the communication, but we making progress. The conversation didn't end out in a straight drag out fight. But I do know and learned that men and women talk differently, and we got to really, as men, I can't speak for women, but as men, we really have to zero in on the question that the women are asking so we can answer it appropriately, because sometimes we're talking in the same conversation, but we're not really talking about the same things. I wish all the best for the young lady. I just want her to just be careful, because it's scammers out there in every age group. So just make sure that when you do, you vet them as much as possible, because I've seen plenty of dudes in their 50s that still playing the same games that they were in their 20s. But I do think it's not the majority. The majority are settling down and looking for that. So she's actually done more work and research than most I know when it comes to what she wants. So I think she'll get and find what she's seeking. Um, I think we need to do better as men and women when it comes to these issues, and realize a lot of these are just cultural differences, and we get stuck on these age and numbers that only matter where we grew up at, but they do it differently somewhere else. And if you're planning on moving to another culture or another country, to the continent of Africa or something, they may have a totally different mindset, way of doing things, a totally different age category where they feel like marriage is appropriate. So you got to be prepared to look at the differences, and we gonna have to stop judging people because of their customs on how they choose to do things. Um, I don't agree at all with marrying little kids. I think they should wait. I don't see personally the benefit in it. I always like older women. They were more mature and older than me, definitely. So I never understood the benefit outside of having someone younger you could possibly control. But I didn't get the benefit, and it never desired to me. So I can't really speak on that as a man, because it was never my preference. But with all that being said, I pray that we come together closer and make better choices. And when we don't agree with the other person's decisions, I pray that we at least can agree to disagree, because we all have opinions, and they all matter, but they all don't matter either when it just depends on each person's choices. That's what really matters, if you know what I mean. All right, peace, family, and I'm out. NC, I guess it's on you.
Yes, it is. And thank you very much. You know, what I've learned, first of all, was that men and women do things differently, but we're doing the same thing towards each other. And what I mean is this: how a man loves his woman is the same way how a woman respects her man. And that's why in the Bible it brings out that a man should love his wife as his body, and a wife should have deep respect for her husband. Because at the end of the day, that's how both of each other love one another. And that's how we show love to each other. And also like to thank the young lady earlier who came up here and said how she felt. She said how, what she found to be attractive towards her. As well as also, there was a lot of gems tonight as well that I can't name all. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, you have to do what's in your own best interest. But also to be wise about the things that you're going about doing in life. And as always, Omega, thank you for allowing me to come on your panel and speak. I hope everyone have a good night and have a great day as well.
Okay, peace. I left my information in the back chat. Omega, it's on you. I think everybody spoke.
Yeah.
I want to thank everyone for really weighing in tonight. I wasn't expecting the conversation to take the turn that it did, but I'm glad that we did get an opportunity to hear each other out. And I want to continue to be our offer, that opportunity for us to figure out how to come to conclusions without being disruptive and without being disrespectful. Because I think what Sir Senior said was so key, in attack mode to each other. And that's not what type of platform I want to create. So again, you all, if relationships aren't just who you're, and I want to again thank everyone who contributed solutions to coming into a cooperative understanding and agreement, as well as those that did what they could in order to keep order. This is what's needed much more in our society than the critics. We all know we have issues. We all know that we have communication obstacles. But again, I think if we focus on the glow, it will be absolutely impossible for us to lose, y'all. It is. So even the word impossible is impossible, right? Even in the word impossible is impossible. So again, thank you all. Good night or good morning. It's Atlanta, Georgia. It's almost 5 a.m. here, y'all. And I got to get up and teach these babies in just a few hours. But I want to thank you all for rocking with us tonight. Wasn't expected to go this long, but it's been a minute. But until next time, in Crown and Beauty, make sure I got your address. Make sure you give me your name too. One of my other Glow Nations did that, and I was waiting for about 3 weeks before I could get her stuff because she gave me the address, and I had a profile name. I didn't have a real name to send it to. So yes. So these will be in the mail for you tomorrow. So until next time, y'all know what to do. Y'all keep those vibes high for my Glow Tribe. And you better, until next time, you know what to do, y'all. Glow up.